All right. We should be live. Uh, oh, there we go. All right. All right, guys. It is day 6 for this project that we are working on this week. We are attempting to convert my Ford Fairmont Station Wagon from a Vortec 4200 to a Vortec 3500. Now, I guess I'll give you guys a brief intro to the project, but if you want to get a better summary, you should go watch my latest full-length video. We did a pretty good job of kind of summarizing what we're doing here and why. But good morning, guys. So this is my Ford Fairmont Station Wagon. We picked up the thing about 6 years ago. We originally built the car for the street race small block power outer class with a twin turbo LS. Then I decided that I wanted to go participate in the Sick Week Freaks class, and we decided to take the twin turbo LS and remove it from the car and installed a turbo Vortec 4200. Now, if you've been following the channel for a while, you know that we are big fans of the twin turbo. We are big fans of the Turbo Vortec 4200. We've done quite a few combos here on the channel with that engine, and the car has gone 8 with that combination. We have gradually been developing those engines more and more over the years. We've made over 1,000 wheel horsepower with one, but we are about to build an all-out 95 Camaro that we have shown you guys I think about a month or two ago. We showed off our plans to do that. So this car kind of doesn't have a purpose. If I'm going to go to a drag and drive and do the Sick Week Freaks class, I'm going to take my red car. I'm going to take my Camaro. This car, is hard to work on. It's heavy. It's going to be heavier. Hopefully the Camaro's a lot lighter. The Camaro's going to make more power. So this car, sure, it could be a good backup car, but I decided instead of that, let's make ourselves a little more room under the hood and take out the Vortec 4200 and install this guy right here. This is a turbo 5-cylinder, 3.5 liter. And yesterday, you saw us build this thing up. So I got this thing all mocked up with the turbo manifold and everything. So if you guys have been following the stream for a little while, which I see a lot of the regulars in the comments, we removed the 6-cylinder on Saturday, installed the 5-cylinder, built some engine mounts. On Sunday, we started to make the turbo manifold. That bled into Monday. Still haven't finished that quite yet, but we will very soon. So we have our turbo manifold. This is the 75 millimeter turbo that we plan to run on this combination. And then on Tuesday, we built this masterpiece right here. I want to say a huge thanks to the guys over at MW Steel for hooking us up with this intake plenum kit. Basically, what this intake plenum is a dual plenum style intake. And what this does for you is basically it allows it to distribute air into every cylinder in a much better way. When you have a more conventional manifold, you usually run into issues where one cylinder or a couple cylinders get more air than all of the other cylinders, just because the inlet into the plenum is going to bias towards one or the other runners. And what this dual plenum kit does is it takes advantage of a principle of Bernoulli's fluid flow equations, and it does a much better job of distributing air to every cylinders evenly. So I will post a link on where you can buy this intake plenum kit. We used a set of our billet intake runners for this as well, and I think it came out very, very, very nice. Big thanks to those guys. We're trying to emulate the Audi Rally program, and they ran dual plenum style intake manifolds. You know, it's one thing for a drag car where you're only wide open for 8 to 9 seconds. You don't really have to be worried about cylinder to cylinder distribution quite as much. But on a rally car where you're wide open throttle constantly for 10 minutes, you have to worry about stuff like this. But you may say, oh well, I'm building a drag car, I don't care. Well, if you guys follow Engine Masters, you know that they have done many episodes and shown that if you improve the cylinder to cylinder distribution of air and fuel, you will pick up horsepower. So this is a really nice kit. Go check those guys out. I'll post a link just in a second here. Yeah, Bernoulli's principle. There you go. Yeah. I don't know. We're gonna find out. So, yeah. So, and then yesterday, we built this engine live, and we did forged Molnar rods with forged Weisco pistons. And we also did the balance shaft delete kit from Badlands Industry. I see him in the comments. So go check them out for your balance shaft delete kit for your 5 and 4 cylinder. In my opinion, balance shafts are just a terrible idea. There really is no benefit on any engine, in my opinion. Yes, Grandpa in his Cadillac probably doesn't want the engine to vibrate too much. That is the only reason you would have it, in my opinion. The engine is still shaking. That crankshaft in these engines, the crankshaft is still having vibration, but the balance shafts are just making it so that you can't feel it. So, in my opinion, spinning a mass that is inherently imbalanced at double crankshaft speed is just a dumb idea, and I think that no car should have them, in my opinion. But I understand why they have to do it. If a soccer mom buys a car and the engine starts vibrating, well, she's just going to keep flooring it on the way to soccer practice. But somebody might complain about it, so it's understandable. NVH is the old adage of why they have to do some of this stuff. So, all right. Let's check on the comments. So, tomorrow, hopefully, we will be getting our oil pan from Atlas Industries. I actually could show you guys some pictures he sent me of that. It's coming out super duper nice. I'm really, really happy to be working with him. Yeah, Eric's a good guy. So let me cast my screen. It's better this way. All right. So here is the oil pan that he's working on for us. Better see it this way, maybe? I don't know. So you can see it's a kick-out style pan. Right there. And I told him to try and keep the pan bottom in the same location that it is from the factory, so that we can run a factory pickup tube. Coming out super, super nice. Switch back real quick. Yeah. So, yeah. There is what it looks like when it's all done. So he's doing a really, really nice job. I'm really proud to be working with him on this. Yeah, it should be about 9 quarts, which is what I was hoping for. So big thanks to Eric. He's killing it. And yeah, I was hoping that we could get a higher volume pan on this, because yeah, it's definitely good to have a little extra oil down in the sump, especially with these engines, because the oil likes to get trapped up in the top end. But today we are going to work on building a wiring harness. So this car is currently equipped with a Max ECU race, and we are going to be converting it to a Max ECU street. I know I've been saying sport in the past couple live streams. That was a mistake. I meant to say a street, because they are different. So I'm a big fan of Max ECU's products. So yeah, I want to use the Max ECU race on my Camaro. So that is why we are freeing that up so it can be used on the Camaro. The Max ECU race has built-in EGTs and a lot more I/O. The street is a little more, you know, economical, and doesn't have quite as many bells and whistles. So that is what we're going to do here. It is nice with a Max ECU because that has 6 injector outputs and 6 spark outputs. And what's nice is, like on a Holly, I would not be able to repurpose a injector output for something else. Like if I wanted to use it for a boost controller, or, you know, to control whatever you might want to control. Turn on your fans, turn on a water pump. With a Holly, that output is locked as an injector output. You cannot repurpose it, and they have been asked numerous times to allow you to repurpose them. You know, the I/O's there. It really isn't going to have any effect on like the performance of the processor or anything. Like, you know, there's no reason why that output could not be used for something else. But if you're running a 6-cylinder with a Terminator X, which has 8 spark outputs and 8 fuel injector outputs, you can't repurpose those outputs. Well, with a Max ECU, you can. And that is going to play to our advantage because we only have 5 spark outputs and 5 injector outputs. They also have some very, very stout injector drivers with the Max ECU products. A lot of times when you're running like really low impedance injectors with the Holley products, you need an injector driver box. And these injector driver boxes basically allow them to run the higher current that is required for those low impedance injectors. The injector drivers in the Max ECU, I believe they can run some pretty crazy injectors without needing a injector driver box. So there's a lot of advantages to the Max ECU stuff. You can do a lot of crazy CAN stuff. You can do a lot of custom logic. So like, for example, in this car, I have a electric water pump and an electric fan. Now, I wanted to implement a cool down feature where basically I wanted the water pump and fan to run until it gets down to a certain temperature, and but I didn't want to consume any more inputs into my ECU. Well, what's really, really cool is I was able to basically use my trans brake input into the ECU, which activates my 2-step. But I was able to repurpose that, you know, while the vehicle is off. If I tap the trans brake, I don't have to hold it. I can just tap it. It will latch that in, and it will turn on my cooling fan and my electric water pump. and it will cool the car down until it gets to a certain temperature, and then it will shut both of them off. So I can just key the ignition on, reach in the car, just tap the trans brake, and I didn't have to consume another input into my ECU. With a Holly, this would require another input into the ECU, and you may have to actually do different outputs as well, because a lot of times they don't let you use you can't use two features on a particular output for the same, you can't have two functions on the same output pin. So a lot of times you'll have to just burn up I/O to do, simple stuff like that, where it's just like, I just want to be able to use my I/O to its maximum effectiveness. Also with the Max ECU, another example of the custom can stuff that I'm doing is I am using a micro squirt ECU as an I/O expander. So micro squirt, the guys over at Megasquirt are nice enough to put out their can protocol, and they tell you exactly what addresses in the CAN bus are assigned to what things, and I'm able to basically have a micro squirt in the car that is flashed with the I/O expander firmware, and I can communicate it with my Max ECU, and I'm able to decipher the CAN messages and turn them into sensor inputs or outputs, and be able to add I/O. And that's going to play extremely to our advantage in this particular build, because as I said, this Max ECU Street is a little bit limited on I/O, but we can use that micro squirt I/O expander in order to get a few more points just by hooking up the CAN bus. So it's the best ECU I've ever seen. You don't have to call them and ask permission for them to add these features either. That is the number one advantage for me. Like, I can just go in there, futz around with some stuff, and figure it out and get the thing to do exactly what I want it to do. I don't have to call anybody on the phone. I don't have to have a meeting with them to explain to them what I want and how exactly I want it to work, and then wait 3 months for them to implement it for me. I can just do it. It just happens. There's no, this runaround game where it's like, oh, well, we don't think our other customers would really benefit from this, so you're going to the bottom of the priority list. Like, no, you can just do it. You don't have to, have a conversation. I'll go back. I shared this the other day. So Motec, we talked to Motec over at PRI. We talked to Motec at PRI. They had a stand at PRI. Normally they don't, and I was like, well, let's go check them out. I hear people speak very highly of Motec's products. Let's go check them out. So we walked up, and it's basically what I just described, where if I want them to add a feature, I have to have 6 meetings with a bunch of engineers so that we can discuss, okay, what exactly do you want? Oh, all right. And then you have to have these stupid things, and then you get your own custom firmware, which you have to pay for, by the way, and you have to do all this run around. You have to pay for their support, you have to pay a subscription fee, and then you have to pay for the firmware, and then pay them again and again and again and again, and before you know it, you got $30,000 in an ECU to get it to do what you want it to do. Whereas the Max ECU, you just do it. You just hook it up, you just figure it out, and it just works. And there's no this stupid runaround. I was like, if I wanted an ECU from you, I just want the base firmware. What can I do with that? I was playing with your firmware on my computer trying to figure stuff out, and what can I get an idea of what this thing's capable of? And they're like, oh, well, it depends whose firmware you're using. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean? And then they're like, oh, well, we have like sort of a base package, but if you want like traction control, that's an add-on. And if you want to be able to talk to like a Davies box, that's another add-on. And then if you want to do this other thing, that's an add-on. And if you want anti-lag, that's an add-on. Like, and it was like, okay, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. And it was just like, oh, it's no wonder these things get so expensive. So that is why I like the Max ECU so much. We're actually going to be using a Link ECU pretty soon here. I'm excited to play around with that. It looks to have similar capabilities with the ability to configure things, but the CAN bus seems to be pretty lacking on the Link ECU stuff, but it might be a good option for those out there that are looking for an alternative. I will say the Max ECU tech support is awful. Like, I've never needed it. Well, I've only needed it one time, and it was great for me. The I had to get their support to add the trigger type for the Vortec 4200 for the early engines, for the 7-tooth engines. And it was great. Like, I just said, hey, I want to add this trigger type to the ECU. I actually spoke with the CEO of Max ECU. And he, like, we implemented it. Then I tried it. I'm like, hey, it's not working. This is what it's telling me. He's like, okay, this trigger type's stupid. All right, let's try something else. Tried it again, still didn't work. Tried it again, still didn't work. And finally, we got it to work, and it works fantastic. But I've heard that others who have reached out for tech support through Max ECU have had horrible luck. I know their Facebook tech support page is just full of people that are just like, did you read the manual? Did you read the manual? Like, people have a very simple question and they're just, which there is merit to that. I'll say that. But like, it's just, I don't know. People, I hear their tech support's pretty awful. So if that's something that you think you're going to need, I don't know if the Max ECU is for you. But yeah, for me, the Max ECU can do everything I want and more, and I don't have to talk to anybody, which, you know, sure, there is merit to talking to another engineer. Maybe they have other ideas to, you know, maybe make your idea better. But for the most part, I just want to be able to hit my trans brake button and make the water pump and fan turn on. I don't want to talk to somebody on how I want that to work. I want to just do it. So anyways, sorry, I just went on a rant there, and I've been ignoring chat for that entire time. So let's scroll up and see. I did see somebody ask a question earlier. Good morning from Quakertown. Good morning. Yes, sir, GM. I got all my prep work done. Should be able to listen for the next hour or so. Cool. Good morning from Midwest Michigan, Sand Dune area. Cool. Gold. Yeah. Yeah, you guys actually, you picked the color for the valve cover yesterday. We had a little poll, and we had 4 colors for you to choose from, and you chose gold. So I'm happy that I was able to involve you guys. Will that intake work on a 4200? Obviously, you would have to, you know, have runners, another runner, but it is long enough that it would work with a 4200. I had to shorten the plenum slightly to suit the 5-cylinder, but it is long enough that it could work on a 4200, and maybe we will explore that in the future. Have you thought about swapping an Atlas 4-cylinder in something, an S10 perhaps? Yes, we've definitely thought about it. We'll probably do it in a land speed effort, so it probably won't be in an S10. Yeah, we'll probably do a 2.8 liter with a 2.9 liter head, kind of like what we did with this engine. This is a 3.5 with a 3.7 head. The later head has larger valves, larger exhaust ports, and a larger intake cam. So it's just better in almost every way. So we will probably do the same thing with the four cylinder, use a 2.8 bottom end, because then we can use all of our 4200 parts, but put a 2.9 liter top end on it. But it'll probably be in like a Monza or something a little more aerodynamic. Max ECU kept the spirit of AM EFI alive. The Infinity was awesome for assignable pins, etc. Okay, I've never played with the AEM. I use the Max ECU Street on my Ecotec Fiero. Love that they still have cruise control. Yep. Yeah, that's another cool thing. Got lots of advanced features. They also have really good transmission control. So like my Trailblazer has a Max ECU, and we use that to communicate with the 8 HP Dodge transmission that is in the car. They have their own firmware that flashes onto the 8 HP, and yeah, it's a super cool deal. Those transmissions are turning into one of my favorites. So yeah, they have, I don't know, it's just the best ECU I've ever seen. My friend actually turned me on to them. Atlas 4-cylinder in an S10 has been done. Someone in the American Rally Association had one, but switched to a 4.3 liter V6 for a few reasons, mostly more power, baby. Holly, owned by a big corporation. Exactly. Yeah, it's a big corporation. They don't want to do anything that could possibly lead to a lawsuit. So they are very protective. I've been using a Spitronic. I've never heard of that. Holly bought AEM and then killed it off. The EFI product line, which was stupid. Yeah, Motec sucks. It's SAS EFI. Okay. Yeah, I've never used it, but based on my conversations with them, it just seems like it would turn into $30,000 like in 3 blinks of the eye. So Calvin, I might try Russ EFI. It's an open source. It's open source to anything and does DI injection. Yeah. For me, I'm not really looking for anything that is like open source. I would like somebody else to do the software programming for me. I'm not looking to become an ECU manufacturer, so you know the open source definitely is cool, but for me it's like make something that works, but make it so configurable that I can do whatever I want. Um, so it's like I don't want to own that, own the what do you say there? The liability there. I want them to own it, but also make it really, really configurable. So yeah, maybe I'm a tough customer to please. Does anyone have an aftermarket EFI for the 4.3 liter V6? I can't seem to find anything other than a carb intake and a sniper. Which 4.3 are you talking about? Are you talking about the one that is based on the Gen 1 small block, or are you talking about the one that's based on the Gen 5 small block? Because I think you can buy drop-on kits for the Gen 5 from Holley, which their DI stuff is pretty decent. But for the older ones, you're probably not going to find anything drop-on, but you could probably, use a pigtail harness, kind of like what we're going to do today. This is what we were going to start with for our harness, and make your own harness and control it with whatever you want. What about Haltech? I've done a little poking around in their software. It seems, I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of. It seems like it's like halfway between a Holley and a Max ECU. It's like they let you do some cool stuff, but like it still has some limitations on what they let you do. Until I actually use one, I'm not going to make I won't be able to make a complete judgment, because a lot of times you don't figure stuff out until you're actually using it. So, but based on poking around in the software, it doesn't seem super powerful. Link ECU seems much more powerful. So it's like Holly is like the, we will, we will ask the questions. Uh, and then Haltech is like a little more freedom. You get a little more freedom. And then uh, Link ECU is like, yeah, pretty good. You get decent amount of freedom. And then Max ECU is like, do whatever the heck you want. And then Motec is like, do whatever we decide we want, but you got to pay for it. There you go. Day 6, getting after it. That's awesome. What's the goal for today? Today, we want to build a wiring harness. So we are taking the Max ECU race out of the car and putting in a Max ECU street. I asked... Oop. Scroll up. Why isn't Weisco making 2.9 to 3.7 pistons? Probably because there's not demand, or they don't see the demand. That would be my guess. I asked Max ECU about the 8 HP trans brake possibilities, specifically if it's possible to trans brake in 3rd or 4th. Their tech support basically laughed at me. Yes, possible. They won't do it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty normal for their tech support. We're doing trans brake in 2nd gear on my Trailblazer, and that seems to be working okay. Just FYI, they do support trans brake with the 8 HP. But yeah, their tech support can be a little cruel sometimes. Hey Calvin, I'm hearing a lot of negatives on the RTEC manifolds. Lots of posts saying they choke the engines really bad and don't flow it very well. Any thoughts? I was thinking of one for the 4200. Yeah. We've definitely we've definitely seen issues with that. I'll say that. I haven't quite gotten the nail in the coffin that I'm looking for on that, because there's a lot of variables in play with what I'm talking about. But we've definitely seen some issues with flow. I think 700 to 800 wheel horsepower, they work good. Beyond that, I mean, I guess I would say go watch my video that we released 2 years ago, where I was trying to make 1,000 wheel horsepower with this car, and we ran into this brick wall of back pressure, exhaust back pressure. Yeah, that would be a good video to watch. Yeah, some stuff I don't know if I should share or not, because like, you know, I think most people would be fine. 700 to 800 wheel horsepower is a lot of horsepower. And most people are not going for 1,000 horsepower. But I don't want to, like, because some people are like, well, I want 1,000 horsepower, but they never actually run it at that level. So it's like, if you like the product, they've definitely, gone out on a limb to support the platform. And I think that, they make a good product. But, there's definitely some stuff there. I'll say there's a reason why we're not running them on any of our cars anymore. So yeah, somebody's gonna clip this and get me in trouble. Yeah, I don't know what to say 100%. I guess I'll just say it. So we measured back pressure at the exhaust port, We normally measure back pressure at the exhaust port. So we measure it right on the air injection port. And we were seeing extreme amounts of back pressure at this level with a turbo that the turbo manufacturer said would easily go over 1,000 wheel horsepower. So we did a little experiment. We moved the back pressure sensor to down at the turbo, so past the manifold. Basically, seeing what the difference in back pressure at the start of the manifold to at the end of the manifold. And we saw a very, very big difference in back pressure. Now, when I talked to Artec, they said that, oh, well, it's closer, there's more heat, of course there's going to be more pressure. But, yeah, so I don't know if that's a nail in the coffin. And, I probably shouldn't even talk about it, but, we're live. There's only 142 people in here. You won't tell anybody, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to really say there other than I don't think we've proven it 100%. I'm not happy with my testing 100%, but I think 800 wheel horsepower is where you're going to run into a brick wall. So, yeah. Gold is my color for all my engines. Cool. 3UZ FE engine is my favorite. Had I known about the 8 HP sooner, I would have skipped converting my front-wheel drive to all-wheel drive and just made it rear-wheel drive with the 8 HP. Still might, depending on how the all-wheel drive setup holds. You can do all-wheel drive with the 8 HP. I know 0.1 to 0.2 liters isn't much, but maybe these builds will help build interest. Yeah, sure. Vortec, like the Cyclone. Okay, now we can scroll down. Now that I've gotten myself in trouble. I don't know, whatever. 12-hour stream, let's go! I think I missed a few. See, the problem is when you scroll down on the chat, it just goes straight to the bottom. And I miss a bunch of comments. Calvin, look into RustCFI. RustCFI is just open to you changing and helping. It's already done. If you see anything you need changed, fixed, etc., he will do it for you, so I am told. Yeah, I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to do it. I don't want to like have a meeting. I don't want to explain it. I just want to do it. I just want it to work. So that's my resistance to stuff like that. It's just like I have to do that enough for my full-time job. I don't need to convince people that like I have a good idea and you should do it. Just do it. Like, and I don't want to talk to you about it. I just want to do it. Like I can have it done with my Max ECU in 5 minutes, whereas like I gotta talk to you on the phone for an hour, and then whine and cry and beg and plead until you give me what I want, and then I gotta wait 3 weeks, and then yeah, sorry, it's just I'd rather have my Max ECU. I'm sorry. That would be wild, bro. And the fact that you can make it sequential. Okay, you're talking to somebody else. Do what you want. You blow it up. And you still got paid. There you go. Cyvex ECU. I've heard of them. I don't know anything about them. 3UZ. Oh, look at me. I'm saying Z instead of Z. Ooh. I'm sophisticated. Okay, 3UZ FE heads on a 1UZ block is what my first forced induction build is going to be. Lexus. Seems like Holly is the iPhone. Max ECU is the Android. Yeah, kinda. I am using a Max ECU for my Jaguar XJS. Opinion option is Y. Yep, 8 HP. Yeah. Good morning. What is on the agenda today? Looks like wiring. Yep, it's wiring. I forgot what number day it is. It's day 6. Happy to have you back, sleeper dude. Opinions on whether or not the Atlas 37 would fit a Miata. That's what I'm hoping to do with my Miata. Yeah, there's somebody who's done it. Interesting to hear your thoughts on RTEC for the 4200. I know people on the RB platform say they suck. Same with... I wouldn't say they suck. They don't suck. 2J. Same with the 2J. I remember that video about the brick wall. Yeah. Douchoir. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, you try to work with companies to try and support your platform, and you beg and beg and beg, and you're like, come on, support my platform. Let's do this. And there was definitely many points in the design process where I was like, could you please do a larger primary? Please do a larger primary. But their goal is to have a quick responding turbo setup. Artec, I would say their number one priority is having something that responds quickly. You want the turbo to come up as quickly as possible. So typically they favor a smaller primary diameter. And they're also trying to make something that fits well in a lot of chassis. So a lot of times they will have very tight radiuses and very small primaries. Well, this thing has a 4-inch stroke. They've never developed a manifold for something that has a 4-inch stroke. They've never done big block Chevy stuff. They've never done, to them, this is a big block. And, there were many times in the design process where I begged them to make a larger primary diameter. But he was like, well, this runner diameter has supported 1,000 wheel horsepower on a 4-cylinder. It'll be all right. But I think that's the problem with the manifold. It's just too small. But we still don't have a nail in the coffin. We still don't know 100% that it could be the turbo. The turbo that we were running at that time was a Precision 7675, and that could be the problem as well. I must say I was not super impressed with that thing either. We had a Chinese 7875 that ran circles around that thing, and it was literally $200. So yeah, I don't know if it was manifold making it look bad or if it was turbo making the manifold look bad. So I don't know. I probably shouldn't talk about it because I'm going to get myself in trouble, but whatever. At this point, I'm tired of having to dance around it. It's just, yeah. All right. You can stuff a 2JZ in a Miata, so I would imagine I've been thinking of trying to make a 4200 fit mine when I pop the engine again. Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to do a 4200. It probably won't be us just because I don't do convertibles and I don't fit in those things. It seems like people forget how fun even 300 is. People are definitely horsepower spoiled. Exactly. Like 400 horsepower, an honest 400 wheel horsepower in my Studebaker was super fun. Like, you don't need 800 wheel horsepower. Like that was enough to make that 3,300 pound, or was it 3,100? It was like 31 to 3,300 pounds. It might have been 3,200. That was enough to make that 3,200 pound car go deep into the tens. And that was with a manual too. Like, that thing was fun. Version 2.0 coming soon. Version 2.0 of what? Doing electronic stuff today? Yep. And people who say they have never messed with modified. Yeah, and people who say that have never been in a modified car, exactly. I would love to do a NA Atlas 3700 in my NA Miata. with just intake and exhaust work and maybe some head work. I feel that would be a pretty good recipe for nice sounds and good NA power. Yep, that sounds like a lot of fun. I want to swap a 5-cylinder in a small American rear-wheel drive coupe. Do it! 300 is less fun now than it was 30 years ago. Everything is heavier and has more nannies. Yeah, sure. I hear what you're saying. I don't know. Some of those old cars were pretty dang heavy. And a lot of the old stuff back then was rated in gross horsepower, not net horsepower. So everything now is net horsepower. I don't know if I agree with that. But I wasn't there, so what do I know? You probably are just desensitized to horsepower. If the 2JZ fits, I would imagine the should. Yeah. I'm not asking to cause issue. I'm truly curious. Yeah, the problem is that's you. The problem is somebody else is going to hear me say that and they're going to take it out of context, or they're going to twist my words, or they're going to yeah, they're going to be one of the 1,000 horsepower bros where they're like, oh, I gotta make 1,000 horsepower, and they're going to go, well, I'm not supporting them. You know, it's the problem isn't you, the problem is other people. Though I had the feeling you were going to be worried talking about it. Yeah, at this point, I'm tired of dancing around the truth. It's just, but, I still haven't proven it definitively. I'm going to keep saying that. But there's many indications that make me think that the turbo manifold will run into a brick wall at 800 wheel horsepower. But it could have been the turbo, or the intake, or the intercooler, or something else. 500 horsepower is good number for daily driving. Yeah, honestly, 400, an honest 400 wheel horsepower, really fun. Big top secret vibes with the gold valve cover. Yeah, yeah. True, everything is heavy as a Greyhound bus now. Yeah, but I don't know. Some of that old stuff was pretty dang heavy too. But anyways, what are we doing today? We're building a wiring harness. That's my thoughts. Heck yeah, sounds like would be fun. I got my 1.6 FOVED and FO4 VVD. Wow, that's a mouthful. And board and running 30 psi at the moment, so somewhere between 300 and 400 horsepower, depending. Super fun. I say go for it. Yeah, 300 to 400 horsepower is tons of fun, especially in something light, and you're really having fun. I also lack the time to play around with open source EFI. Megasquirt has too many sensor noise issues. Okay, I've not really, I have noticed a few like noisy sensor issues with the Megasquirts, but normally it's not bad enough for me to really notice any issues. I definitely love the direct inject. I definitely love the direct direction the build has gone, but the M32 trans just doesn't like high RPM shifts. Okay, you're talking to somebody else. How does Max ECU compare to Megasquirt? And MS3 Gold Box Lite is pretty cool for only 600 bucks. I really like the MS3 Gold Box Lite. That thing, we have one of them on the Sunbird. We won 6 summer with that thing, so I really like it. The Megasquirt is it's good. It's definitely like more budget friendly. There's some weird stuff. They refuse to fix some stuff, and maybe it's just because they haven't gotten good feedback on how to fix the stuff. But it controls the engine, but it lacks a lot of the advanced features that have become commonplace on other ECUs. But it's a good budget option. You can usually find one, secondhand for next to nothing. Their idle control with like a stepper motor, they often lose the position on the stepper motor, which that sucks. But yeah, I mean, they definitely don't let you do a whole lot of crazy stuff. So I don't know. I like their stuff, but it's kind of limited. It's better. I don't know. It's just more budget. I definitely love. Oh, okay. I already read that one. All right. At some point we got to get to work, but I want to at least get through these couple questions, which you guys are really throwing the questions out, which is cool with me. I would also imagine that the Atlas 3700 would be so under stress, and a Miata should be pretty reliable. I wonder how gas mileage would be. Yeah, I imagine it would be pretty good. Good morning! Oh, that makes sense. No fun if can't bang gears at Redline. I'm still looking. Okay, I think he's talking to somebody else. All right. Yes, we can all appreciate the 3700 and 4200, basically the stroke and bore of a big block. Calvin, you can change, do anything without talking to anyone. The part where I said he will change it, that's that it needs to be a fix or permanent thing. You can mod, change, etc. Okay. Calvin, you can change, do anything without talking to anyone. The part where I said he will change it, that it needs to be a fix or permanent thing, you can mod and change. Okay, but like, yeah, I'll have to look into it. I'll have to look into it. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be talking about it without having actually dug into it. And I'm definitely like, I have something that works, so I'm not really looking for a reason to find another thing that works. So, but yeah, I should probably speak from a little bit more of, having actually done research on the Russ EFI. Fuel Tech is what got me interested in the 8HP. They were the first I seen to adapt a controller for it. I think Adam LZ used it, and he had his made into a sequential. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure who was first, but I think Max ECU is the best. Just my personal opinion. What rear gear ratio do you usually use for your Atlas drag cars? Well, this one has a 3.50. The yellow Camaro has a 350 as well. The red car is going to have a 373. I mean, if it's going to be a stock bottom end engine where you're going to, run stock cams, we normally run like the Futura had a 308, but that was a stock cam, stock engine, so we didn't have the opportunity to rev it out too much. I mean, it kind of depends on like what kind of mile per hour are you going for, how much converter slip are you going to have, tire height, and you do the calculation from there. Normally we shoot for like, okay, we want to go 129 in the quarter, got a 28-inch tall tire, we expect there to be 10% converter slip, and then we do the math and we come out with a gear ratio. 3D print a manifold. We tried that in the past, never actually ran it just because I got scared and didn't want to blow up a plastic intake manifold. If it was metal 3D printing, I'd be a little more interested. Timo Turbo Challenge. There we go. Arm caps up, and I have not used RustCFI on a car yet, I must say. Yeah, I got told like all these fantastical things that the Speeduino could do when I was getting into that a few years ago, and I must say I was extremely disappointed. I think that's another open source ECU. Yeah, they couldn't even get the timing on the engine right. Like one cylinder was getting one timing, another cylinder was getting another timing. So yeah, I don't know. I just the open source stuff kind of scares me a little. Like I want somebody who actually goes through and tests and makes sure that like, hey, you still meet the deadline and you're able to fire the ignition coil at the appropriate time with everything in the ECU maxed out and like doing the maximum amount of processing. I want you to go through and actually test the thing and make sure that it gives the timing that you're supposed to give to that particular cylinder. You know, I don't want to figure that out. You know, I want you to make it configurable enough that I can do whatever I want. But, you know, with like an open source, like that's kind of on me. Like they don't sell the ECU. They don't have to worry about a reputation because, oh, it's open source. What did you expect? You know. So I would like somebody to like take a little bit of like initiative to like, you know, hey, it will work. Our processor is capable of this. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Uh yeah. I'm 5'7" and 150. I fit perfect in a Miata. Just would have to probably go dry some to fit a 4200. Yeah, probably. Excuse me. Yeah, probably. 45-cylinder Atlas in a Saturn Sky or Pontiac. That would be a Pontiac Solstice. Yeah, that could be cool. I know people have put 2JZs in them. Okay, I had 530 wheel and a Skyline, and that was plenty fast for the street. Yes. I'm going to be disappointed if you forgot to make... I'm going to be disappointed if you forgot to make a service loop. Yeah, I mean, I don't do the, like, concentric twist or any of that baloney. I tend to leave my wires a little bit long so that if you need to repair something, you can. Yeah, the concentric twist, like Raychem stuff, like you're not about to see that. That is, I think, we're not trying to go to the moon. Like, we're trying to put a wiring harness on a station wagon. Like, you know, I love Rob Dahm, but he takes wiring way too far. Yeah, I know, like, service loops and that kind of stuff, yeah. But I tend to leave my wires a little long so that, you know, if you need to do some stuff, you can. If this thing pans out, you've just condemned the Turbo Slant 6 in my hot rod, or my rat rod, to be replaced. It sounds, if it sounds good, I'm getting one. Okay, cool. I mean, well, sorry for your Slant 6, but cool. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. LP94. Beware instigators, exactly. Yeah, somebody's gonna take my words and be like, oh, cut it out of context and make him look like an idiot or whatever. Yeah, looking like it's coming together. Yes, sir. Alright, I just watched a recent Artec video on flow testing the 2JZ manifold. It flowed well in their testing. I wonder if that's because the 1JZ is low displacement. Yeah, I don't know. Max Megasquared EFI is based on DIY EFI project, so ASC formula teams and disassemblies of the GM speed density firmware from the 80s. It's a product of its origin. Sure. I don't know. Some people get them to run pretty dang good. Ever think about compound turbo? Yes, and we'll probably do one someday. I like the coupe version with the hard top. Yeah, definitely better than the... I remember your Holly Rant video made it clear why Aussie, Brazilian, Polish, and Swedish systems grew in the US. Yeah. Yep. I definitely like I like my Max ECU. What about aftermarket cams and headers now for the 5-cylinder? We're working. We'll probably do aftermarket cams at some point. If you're looking at 3D printing a manifold, use the PPS CF filament. It's strong as crap and even sounds like metal if you hit it. Okay, I'll check that out. Have you thought of building a ProCharge project? Yes, we have a ProCharger that we are working on adapting. I wouldn't 3D print a manifold, but you could 3D print a mold and make parts based on that. Yeah, you can actually 3D print in wax that you could then pack sand around and do a investment style cast where it would just dissolve the wax. So I've thought about doing that before. Timu Pistons for the win. Hello from Detroit, Michigan. I'm learning a lot from you. I am trying to learn about all the new tech. I have two 60s car, a 67 Shelby, all original, and a 65 GTO. I would like to improve the GTO. Okay, very cool. Sounds like some cool cars. Russify does sell the ECU. It's not like a Speeduino where you configure the ECU yourself. Yep. I bought a spool of PPS CF before I realized my nozzle only goes up to 300C. Ah, that stinks. Humans have been to the moon. Humans have never been to the moon ever. Okay, I disagree, but we're not going to discuss that here. It's the software on the Russify that's open source, making it easy to extendable by everyone. Yep. With open source, it's a community project. You have the opportunity to be the R&D. Yeah, I don't want to be the R&D. I just want it to work. But you got to let me do what I want. But it has to work. But I want to do what I want. But it also has to work. Yeah, I'm picky. I'm probably a very difficult customer to please, but the Max ECU guys have done a great job of pleasing me, so I'll take it. I just thought of something. What about an Atlas 4-cylinder in early 80s Toyota pickups? That would be cool. Why did you brush off my last Artec comment about flow testing? Yeah, I don't know enough about that. I don't know what how did they flow test it? Did they just use a flow bench to flow air through their exhaust manifold? Because to me, that doesn't do anything. You're flowing. The reason I brushed it off is because I don't know anything about it. It's, yeah. I can't have an opinion on it because I don't know anything about it. If they flow tested it by running it on an engine and seeing how the engine performed, smaller engines will, there's a reason why, 1,000 horsepower big block needs a 2¼ inch primary, whereas a smaller engine can get away with a smaller primary. Smaller engines can get away with smaller primaries. I like how you think about the systems. Thanks. I saw an awesome 3D printed intake manifold on the wrench channel. Okay, cool. They made a kit to put a Subaru flat 6 in old 911s, cheap power. That sounds cool. You can only get to the moon with a slide ruler. We can't go back with a calculator for some reason. Sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, those guys were pretty clever, and they left a whole lot of advice for modern engineers that the engineers of today don't seem to be paying attention to. Go watch Smarter Every Day. He did a really good video on how the engineers in the 60s, they basically wrote this handbook of how to get to the moon, and how all the engineers today are ignoring every single one of the things they wrote in this handbook. It's like, well, no wonder you can't get to the moon. They literally wrote a handbook for you, and you're just like, yeah, who cares? I don't know. And that's my 2 cents there. Smarter Every Day has a really good video on it. Go watch it. Okay. All right, let's get to work. Is it not head flow dependent? Yeah, let's get to work. All right, fixing to get on the road to LS Fest. I'll have the stream up as much as I can. Hey, hope you have a good time at LS Fest, Nate. And all right, let's get started on the wiring harness. Have you thought about a ProCharge project? I just answered that, and yes, the answer is yes. And we are planning one soon. I'll just say that. It'll be soon. All right. So when you get a harness from Max ECU, it looks kind of like this. All right. And basically it's just a bunch of wire. They have a bunch of extra wires in here for running your 5-volt and sensor ground. Super nice. So we're going to start by cutting the zip ties so that we can lay this thing out. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out, basically I try to get up in the car and I figure out, okay, I'm going to put my ECU here. Let's measure out how long until I get to the branch. You know, there's this branch in the harness where everything just kind of starts to branch out. So I normally set that up to be like right at the rear of the engine. So I'll take a tape measure, I'll measure a little bit, and, you know, see like, okay, I'm going to run the wires here, then down there, then through there, then up through there, and then I add like 6 inches or so just to give myself a little bit of room. And, you know, then you can start your wiring harness essentially. So we're going to start doing that. Yeesh, you guys are leaving a lot of comments. It's hard for me to keep up. Most of the knowledge of the rocket system is gone. We don't know how to build engines anymore. I mean, we had a massive institutional die-off in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, sure. Yeah. The biggest part of is the investment. They spend pennies compared to NASA in the 60s. Yeah, you're probably right. Have you thought about a ProCharge? Yep, I read that one. Most of the knowledge for the Saturn rocket system is gone. I don't know how to build the engines anymore. I mean, we had a massive institution. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's wild. It's I think they actually went there, but you know, like I said I wasn't going to talk about it, but here I am talking about it. All right, so I'm going to hop in the car real quick and I'm going to get a base measurement for the branch. And I'll run back over here and answer any questions that have come in. I'm going to pull my glove box out. So I have my wiring kind of like shoved up behind the glove box a bit. Why can't we get back to the moon if we already know how? It doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'll watch the video for sure. I love Smarter every day. Yeah, go watch this video. They wrote a handbook on how to do it, and all the modern engineers aren't listening. It's like, use this type of fuel because it always works. And, you know, use this type of blah, blah, blah because it always works. You know, it just, all these things that modern engineers are just like, those old people, they don't know what they're talking about. I don't know. There's definitely some, you know, you can't listen to, you got to try and innovate. I get that. But like, with some stuff, it's like with a rocket program in particular, like, you know, we should think about safety and reliability and stuff like that. But again, what do I know? I'm just a dumb engineer who likes to work on cars. Okay, so I'm going to measure. Wiring in this car has become kind of a disaster. Oh, we'll go like a foot and a half. And over here, go like another foot, 2.5. And then up here, another one. So call it 3.5 feet for the branch. Calvin, they used a flow bench, but they tested a bunch of different variations of their intakes. Oh, their intakes? Okay, yeah, yeah, they haven't developed one for the 4200, so I kind of don't care right now. It's very informative. You should watch. Okay, yeah, maybe I'll check it out. My drag bike is pro-charged. Ooh, that sounds like a scary ride. Most Brazilian ECUs are all-in-one. They have the dash built into the unit. Yep, Fuel Tech. When will we hear this 5-cylinder beast? Probably on Sunday. It's the same with fusion energy. We'd have it already if they would have invested the money into it over the decades. Yeah, I don't know enough about it, but you're probably right. Most allergens. 2 blowers, turbos are better. Yeah, I like turbos better too, but I don't know, Pro Chargers are cool too. The problem with fusion energy. Oh boy, we're getting into all kinds of stuff here. They use flow bench, bust use many variations. It is well explained and going on. What's going on and the problems, etc. It's hard to explain in chat. Check it out. Oh, yeah, I'll check it out. People are used to it. They find it weird when they see a traditional module with no screen. Sure. All right, we're gonna. All right. How do you know he's? I don't know. Oh, here we go. Now we're talking about Bob Lazar. Come on, guys. Oh boy. I mean, I guess there's worse things we could talk about. uh. All right, so 3.5 feet. All right, so our branch is right here. So I normally take a piece of tape, wrap it around where the branch is going to be, just give myself a nice little marker of where we're going. We're talking about aliens and Bob Lazar. I'm cool with it, whatever. If you guys can keep yourself entertained while I work on this wiring harness, that sounds good to me. What is it? Element number 145 or 144, right? Right? Periodic table element, what is it? Yeah, isn't it like element number 144 or something? How are you making your connections? All new pins or just butt connectors? Butt connectors! I love butt connectors. Here we go. I'm going to make people puke. I use butt connectors. uh, yeah, I love butt connectors. And I do solder. I use solder. I know a lot of people are going to go, oh my gosh, he uses solder. It's going to get brittle and crack. Ah! All right. Probably should have pulled these out to start with. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Heat shrink, butt connectors, I hope. Yes. Yeah, I don't use like the blue and yellow, like, no. I make it look nice. You explain him describing that element before it was even discovered. How do you explain? They discover new elements all the time. They like shoot two things together in a particle collider and go, we discovered a new element. Woo! Yeah, it only exists for a nanosecond, but like, yeah, anyways. Calvin, have you ever tried the solder shrink connectors for inline repairs? I love those things. Twist wire, shrink. Yeah, I've never tried them, but I don't know. I never really liked the idea of them. I don't really know why I don't like the idea of them. Um, I feel like a physical crimp and a solder, like something that's mechanically linking the two. And I mean, I guess if you twist them together, you kind of have a mechanical connection, but I don't know. It was element 115, which is what at the time Bob talked about. It hadn't been discovered, but unstable versions, and have since created in the Large Hadron Collider. Yeah, but they haven't made it stable yet, and they make new elements all the time. I use solder and heat shrink most of the time. Math alone said things would be there before they found them. Okay, cool. I don't know. Maybe aliens are in Area 51 right now. I don't know. I'm just a dude that likes cars, and what do I know? I'm just a. I don't need the government knocking down my door. uh, I don't know enough about it, nor do I. I don't know. It's just like you could. What do I know? I don't know. 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 All right, somebody. I need somebody to find the pinout for a crank sensor for a 2009 Colorado 3.5 liter or 3.7 liter, because I was not able to find it, and I'm sure there's some like GM tech in the comments that could help me with that. And I have a pigtail that I bought, and I could just use the wire colors that match up to like LS stuff, but because you can find that stuff for sure. But yeah, if somebody could help me with that, first one to help me with it, I'll send you a t-shirt if you email me, because I have no way of contacting you in YouTube. So all right, so we gotta start planning out. Aliens invented the combustion engine. Okay, Sure. They also made the pyramids too, right? I'm just stirring the pot. Stir in the pot. Stir in the pot. Yeah. Okay, so our crank trigger is going to be off to the side because it's sort of in the rear at the bottom. So we have these nice labeled wires that tell us where everything goes. So the trigger wire goes to the trigger. But we also need to send 5 volt down there as well. Okay, you've triggered an album memory from 1988. Aliens ate my Buick. Hey, there we go. I can check pro demand real quick. I appreciate it. I can give an informed opinion on the Apollo mission if you'd like. Have been military intelligence for years. I mean, go for it. Why not? Josiah Robertson, you might be getting a t-shirt. Yes, you might be getting a t-shirt, but you have to email me because I don't have any way to contact you. Calvin, I have the pinout. Where can I send it? Just post it in the comments. Just post it right in the comments. No, I want the ECU, the pinout at the plug. So like does this have ABC on it? Or is it 1, 2, 3? Does it label it anywhere? Okay, does it give wire colors? Okay, pin A, green, is 12 volt. Oh, it's 12 volt. Huh. Pin B, dark blue. Huh. Okay, my pin B is yellow. Do you think they just pinned it wrong? I mean, Sean Collins, I think he's the first, if that's correct. All right. Somebody fact check him. Just put it in the comments. Tell me what pin A is, pin B is, and pin C is. All right, Sean Collins sent me the first one. If you agree with him, I'll send you both t-shirts. Yeah. Yeah, you can email. Okay. All right. Just post it in the comments. Just pin A is this, pin B is this. Just like what Sean Collins did. If you see this comment right here? All right. Nivlac 5700 Gmail. Okay. All right. Do you agree? Crankshaft position sensor. Okay, so J, pin A, ground low ref. Does that agree with the other one? No, that doesn't. You guys are disagreeing with each other. Pin A, this guy's saying pin A. That sounds like the cam sensor. Talking about a 2009 Colorado. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Well, map sensor. Okay, A green, B blue, Yellow, see yellow. Okay, so mine is pinned wrong, I guess. All right, so down low syndrome, send me an email. Sean Collins, send me an email, and Jay, send me an email, and I'll send you all t-shirts of your choice. So I just posted my email. There you go. All right. Thanks somebody beat you to it. Sorry, Josiah. Yeah, we got a multitude of different pinouts. So they definitely went into space square in the middle of it. Yeah. All right, yeah, down low. Send me an email. I'll send you a shirt. Okay. So I got 3 guys that I'm going to give shirts. Sean Collins, down low, and Jay. All right. Okay. Getting back to work. All right. Agree to disagree. Fair enough. The GM service manual info is in your email. Appreciate it. All right. Just go with first answer given. If it doesn't fire up on the first try, give that guy grief the whole stream. There we go. He's got the wire colors right. The other guy didn't have the right wire colors, so. But yeah, I just posted it in the chat down low. It's nivlax5700@gmail.com. All right, cool. And then go on the website, which I should promote the t-shirts. If you guys want to support the channel, a great way to do it would be to go to the website and buy a t-shirt. So I want you to tell me what color shirt, what size you wear, and which shirt you would like, and I will send you one. So here is a link to the store. This is a great way to support the channel. Okay. Send me an email. I have no way of contacting you through YouTube, so if you don't send me an email, I have no way of sending you a shirt. So I'd rather reach out via email than having to do it through Facebook. Yep. Okay. All right. Let's get back to work. Get back to work. Yep. I know I missed out on a lot, but not having Instagram. Yeah, screw Zuckerberg. Okay. I heard something about Lazar earlier. When are we discussing Greer? I'm not familiar with him. Good morning. Day 5. It's day 6, actually. Because we've been going since Saturday. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Right. Got it. So there's some wires that are going to stay inside of the car, so I'm kind of pulling them back, like the CAN bus wires. So some of my outputs, 12 volts of the ECU is already pulled off. I will not use fascist book. Yeah, I'm growing to be kind of not really a fan of it either. I think it's just kind of bad for people's brains. It's just, I don't know. I think people are living other, trying to get satisfaction in their life from other people's lives rather than their own. They should, go out and live. You don't have to live in this life of comparison. All right. meditate and answer. You meditate and answer. You meditate and point laser pointers in the sky. Greer is the guy who you can pay lots of money. You meditate and point laser pointers at the sky, and he says the aliens talk to you through telepathy. Ooh. What is crazy hard is getting people to peer review novel physicist series, like to even get them to read it is difficult. The peer review publishing gatekeeping is a huge progress killer. Yeah, I mean some people like oh boy, I'm just gonna open all the cans of worms. What's the guy's name? He's like a famous actor. He played in the first Iron Man movie. He was the oh man, what was his name? He was like Tony Stark's best friend. Don Cheadle? No, Don Cheadle replaced him. What's his name? Man. Yeah, that guy. He's got some crazy theories. I don't think. Yeah, Howard. Yeah. Terrence Howard. Yeah. Yeah, that guy. Like, I don't know if he should have gotten the peer review. I thought it was really cool. Obviously, you probably can tell that I listen to Joe Rogan from time to time. I don't know if his theories really should have been given any credence. Like that guy, you know, I appreciate his enthusiasm, but you know, I think some of the stuff that he said was a little out there. Not that like he shouldn't share it or anything like that. It's just like, you know, sometimes, you know, some stuff should probably be no, not Michael Myers, Terrence Howard. Yeah. You know, sometimes it's like, well, a physicist only has so many hours in the day, you know. I mean, yeah, there should be some credence given to some stuff, but yeah, he seems to be off the deep end, yeah, a little, but what am I doing? I'm opening all these cans of worms. All right, so there's a bunch of inputs and outputs, and you got to decide what you want to do with them. So we got all right, so inputs into the Max ECU are these black wires. They're all labeled on the wire what they are. Super duper helpful. All right, so kind of taking all my inputs and separating them out so that we can figure out what we're going to do with them. Okay. I didn't think it was we still on the moon landing? No, we transferred to Bob Lazar in Area 51. So. Oh, boy. Cam 68, man. Yes, somebody already gave me the answer to the pinout. Right. Yeah. Yeah. There should be peer reviews. I agree. Okay. So let me just make sure that this harness actually plugs into my ECU. It does, because I ordered the harness and the ECU separately. Okay. That's cool. All right. Sasquatch is on the moon. There you go. Bob Lazar, headache intensifies. Yeah, for real, yeah. Keep getting headaches during the interview. That's kind of odd. All right, so we got our air temp sensor. That's going to be all the way at the front. Now, temperature sensors are usually something called a thermistor, meaning it only needs a connection between sensor ground and the sensor wire. There's only 2 pins, so the other ones we will have to provide 5 volts for in order for the sensor to work. Lazar is an interesting one. On one hand, his story has stayed pretty much the same for 30 years. On the other hand, and more important hand, dude ran a brothel out of his house. Huh. Well, I didn't know that. Alright, so okay, so some of these digital inputs are going to, so one of these should be my cam, which I already, okay, there's already a wire in here for the cam. There's lambda, that one needs to branch out, because that one is at the rear of the engine. Sasquatch on Mars, seen it on CNN, yep. There you go. It's fact. It's fact. Alright. There are only thermistor temperatures as far as I know. Yeah, there's other types. You know, you have thermocouples, like on your EGT sensors. I forget what the other kind. There's another type of thermistor type, or not a thermistor, but another type of temperature. So Bob Lazar really was his. There you go. There you go. All right. Getting into all the conspiracy theories in the comments. Okay, so we have analog input 1 temp. So we can configure our analog inputs as digital inputs as well. So I need to consider that. I want to have oil pressure and I want to have fuel pressure being measured. So 2 of my analog inputs need to be used for that. My oil pressure is going to be, well, my fuel pressure is going to be towards the rear, but it's going to branch off to the passenger or driver's side of the engine. So we're going to bring him over here. And then the oil pressure is probably going to be towards the rear at the bottom. So we're going to have him branch off to the other side. So analog in 3, 0 to 5. That's going to go off this way. You need to vote for Matt Happel 2028 for president. Hey, that sounds like somebody I could vote for right there. Okay, what other things do I want to keep an eye on? Maybe coolant pressure. I'm excited to hear this thing. So am I. This is going to be cool. Do I want to do coolant pressure? How many? Okay, we got coolant temp sensor. That is also towards the rear of the engine. So it can go off this way. So for an EFI system, you have map sensor, which the map sensor is integrated into the ECU. It has a 3-bar built-in map sensor. So we will just run a vacuum hose to that. So that solves that one for us. But you can run an external map sensor if you would like to run more than 3-bar. I don't think we're going to be doing that on this one. That's 30 pounds of boot if you're not familiar. Lots. Well, do not. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're getting into the real conspiracies. What have I done? What have I started? This actually has more analog inputs than I remember it having. So we have analog in 7. We have analog in 4. We have analog in 5. Huh. This is actually pretty, we can look at quite a few things. All right, digital ins. We're going to need one for trans brake. There's our throttle position sensor that goes forward. So yeah, basically this is our branch. And we got to go through and figure out where we're sending stuff. So I have a branch going this way, I have a branch going this way, and I have a branch going forward. So just got to separate things out. Have you seen the Fluid Motor Union? They create some really cool exhausts. They use cone shapes. You're talking about megaphones. I think I've seen them. It's the guy with the big mustache, right? Yeah, he does some neat stuff. I like his video style. Hello from Puerto Rico. Hello. All right. So analog. Well, I was doing coolant pressure before, so we might as well keep doing that. So I'm going to send that forward because my coolant pressure sensor is on the radiator. What other things do I want to monitor? Analog in 7. What other things should I monitor? I need one for trans brake, so let's pull one of these back because the trans brake's inside of the car. I would love to measure my input and output shaft speed sensors, but that would require 2 digital inputs. So we're going to use the analog in temp for digital in, analog in, which one is this? 8. Oh, wow. We have more inputs than I remember there being. Analog in. What happened to our temp one? Do you monitor turbo RPM? No, because the turbo RPM sensors are extremely expensive. Like they're like $500 for a sensor. It's crazy. Like, I don't know. It's just, I don't have the money for that. It would be interesting, but my goodness. Okay, so this is actually going to be our trans brake input. Trans brake, and then analog in 6. That will now be. So what do we have here? We have analog in 3, 0 to 5. So we got oil pressure. Wait a second. Okay. What happened to our coolant temp? Yeah, okay, it's right there. What was the other thing we were going to measure? Okay, analog in 6. It'd be cool to measure wheel temp. Analog, digital in 2. Digital in, analog in 8. Digital in 1. Okay, so I would love to measure input and output shaft speed sensors since I have those on my 4L80E. I really like to be able to keep an eye on if the speeds are making sense. You know, you got your input times the gear ratio should be your output, or divided by whatever it is. All right. Richard Holdner did a test and found that log-style turbo manifolds worked better than tube-style. I don't agree because he didn't test it at high outputs. He only tested it at low output. And I think you will run into restrictions at high output. Yeah, I think, you know, I like Richard Holdner a lot, but I think sometimes his tests are a little you know, he only tested at one particular scenario and then says one is better than the other, which I think he does a good job qualifying, like saying, hey, these were the test results that we measured. But I think at a high output, a log manifold would start to have issues. That's just my opinion. F1 cars don't use log manifolds. Yeah. If anybody is going to have the most optimal setup, it's going to be an F1 car. Okay, analog in 8, 7. Okay, so we have coolant pressure. We have air temp, throttle. We have coolant pressure. What else? What else? What else? Analog in 2 temp. I think I meant that to be... Okay, let's do this way, and then this will be whatever other, we may have like bump. Are we gonna measure? What's the price of E85 in your area? I don't know. I haven't gotten any recently. It's like 250 maybe? I don't know. Yeah, according to Richard Holdner's testing, it matters a little how to get the exhaust to the turbo. And really, this is obvious. The turbo is always going to be the biggest restriction. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I would want to see better testing on that, because, yeah, I feel like I have seen different conclusions. All right, so we got coolant pressure. Do we want to do oil temp? So maybe I should leave one of these out here. Oil temp? Me? Maybe? Oh. What else do we want to measure? Hmm. Yeah, not true. We just had a conversation about regarding the RTEC manifold and restrictions. Yeah. I'd rather run race gas between the water fouling issue and the corrosion, lack of pre-ignition prevention. Just run 116 for track use and pump for the street. If you're octane limited, add more RPM. Yeah, I like E85. It's done us well in the past, but maybe we should try more race gas. All right. Anybody else? Is there anything else I want to measure? So I remember being way more I/O limited on my Trailblazer. It has the same ECU. I guess we could measure back pressure. Yeah, I have my back pressure sensor. I could measure that. So that would be interesting. We're going to lose our pre-turbo temp and post-turbo temp sensors because I was using my thermocouples for my EGT to measure those. E85 is 255 in Akron, Ohio. Okay, cool. Plans for lunch? I don't know. Okay. 5 minutes of your time. Okay, data collection overload. Yeah. Well, I just have to figure out what I'm doing with them. I like collecting a lot of data. As much data as possible. I think I was more limited on digital outputs on my Trailblazer. That was probably where I was having issues. Okay, analog input 5 and analog input 6. Okay, Calvin, you saw my comment regarding the email and the t-shirt. I didn't. Can you send me an email? Just send me an email with which shirt you want and what size. Then we can figure out how to get that to you. I don't want you to like post your address in the comments. We can do that over email, or do you not have email? I've been 580s in a 4,200-pound car in a 4th gen with an LS-based engine on 93 octane. RPM is your friend. 8th mile. Yeah, I like RPM. RPM is my friend. Okay, so we're going to pull these back and just have them set aside as spares for now. As soon as I can find them. I sent you an email. My chat comment said, thanks. Hopefully you had my size. I'm a 5XL. I believe I can do that. So we'll just, yeah, we'll get you hooked up. We'll get you hooked up. Nope, not that one. Okay, it's really easy to test. Test back pressure with any manifold, both with and without a turbo. Sure, yeah. But I mean, there's different things that contribute back pressure to the system. And if you have, you know, you may go watch Gale Banks. Gale Banks, when he was trying to make 1,000 horsepower with the Duramax, and then tell me a log manifold doesn't matter. Go watch his video. It's excellent. His video on going from the log manifold to, or sorry, going from the up pipe to the turbo to their more gradual up pipe to the turbo, and tell me that pre-turbo, you know, oh, the turbo's the restriction. Go watch that video. He picked up like 80 horsepower just by optimizing the exhaust pre-turbo. Go watch that video. That will put the nail in the coffin for that one, in my opinion. Yeah, he has back pressure sensors at like every point in the system, and he can tell you, hey, the back pressure was really high here, then it got down to here, then it got down to there, then it got down to there. Oh, my downpipe's a restriction. Oh, my log manifold's a restriction. Yeah, go watch Gale Banks. Yeah, he dropped like a lot of back pressure by going to a more gradual merge into the turbo. That guy is brilliant. He's one of my favorite people in the hot rodding community. Yeah, it's like, for me, it's like, you know, if I do a test and it goes against what I think should be the answer, you know, I really would want to test and test and test and test until I fully understood it. Because, but, you know, I mean, I love Richard Holdner, but like sometimes he just does a test and says, okay, it doesn't matter. Done. End of story. We're done here. And it's like, well, no, you need to keep testing, in my opinion. Like there's got to be something there. But um, like there's physics and math and science. Gale Banks is what got me onto the whole data collection to the nth degree thing. Yeah, his iDash or whatever he calls it. Yeah. Okay, so green wires are your outputs. So now we got to figure out what we're going to control. So we got to control our VVT solenoid. We need to control the heater on our O2 sensor. So one of these should already be set up for our lambda. Yep, so one of these outputs is already intended to be the lambda heater circuit. So we will send him off to the lambda circuit. Trusting guys that have Bonneville records isn't a bad rule of thumb. Yeah. Probably not a bad rule of thumb. Okay, so that goes this way. Air temp goes that way. I'm starting to get mixed up. He built the Grand National prototype for GM. Yep. I want to know whatever happened to his Duramax supercharged monster truck engine project. That was cool. Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, same. Gale Banks is so cool. His testing is so meticulous. Yes. And again, I love Richard Holdner. Like I think he's a good influence on the hot rod community. I don't want people to twist my words and think that I'm bashing him. I just, you know. I think Gale Banks does a really, really good job, and I tend to trust him a little more. That's all I gotta say. All right, so we got our boost controller. It goes this way. All right, so we got to control our fan, and that is going to require two digital outputs, one to trigger the relay to come on, two to trigger the, yeah, so this is where we're going to run into problems, because we're going to run out of digital outputs. Luckily, we have our micro squirt in the car to give us 3 more digital outputs. Yeah, we need horsepower peer review. Did he ever finish blowing up the Duramax? I think he did. Yep, Gale Banks is the man. Yep. You need an ECU, buddy. I have one here. Or what? Do I need another one? Almost dropped it. Motor minus. Which actually, now that I think about it, one of our spark or one of our injector outputs can be reused as well, because we're doing a 5-cylinder. I talked about that earlier. So we need to control our VVT solenoid. So we're going to use this one here. It kind of doesn't matter which one you use. Just pick one. Since people ask all the time about 8HP, I just had an interesting conversation with people about it. Ooh, I wonder who those people could be. I didn't, my friend built that. Okay. Okay, I wonder who those people could be. Nate says some aftermarket companies literally ripped the power banks for the Cummins. Yeah, the intake elbow. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. There's another hurricane heading towards the East Coast, and you're configuring spaghetti models while your Atlas, wiring your Atlas. Yes. Yeah, we don't really have to worry about hurricanes too much in our area. Holly, drive-by-wire dash, okay. LOJ, oh, LOJ thermolamic, however that's spelled. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the thermolamic requires that you would solder their controller into the transmission. That's the only reason I've been somewhat resistant to trying it. But more power to you. Dodge is using the ZF 8-speed power line in their diesel pickup starting this year. Cool. I mean, they've been using, or you're saying in the, oh, in the diesel pick. Oh, wow. Neato. I bet they're going to be pretty stout. All right. All of this stuff can stay in the car. Yeah, so we're starting to get our branch figured out. Got wires going this way, wires going that way, wires going this and that way. So we're starting to get stuff figured out. He asked about the VR6 S10 and if I built it and still had it. I said my friend Kenny built it. Okay. They're going to do an 8 HP in that thing. That would be really, really cool. Another upvote for Pete Ardema. I'm not familiar with him. Oh, you're talking to Matt. Okay, I got you. Look into the Balder system LPC4 kit for the 8 HP. I've got one. Very happy with it. Okay. Kenny overview on truck. Nice to see Balder is leaking out in the Benz world. Okay. He sold that. Okay. All right. You guys are having a little chat in the comments without me, so that's cool. I'm okay with that. I'm going to keep on wiring. So I need to pull my Injector 6 and Spark Ignition 6 wires back because they are not needed because this is a 5-cylinder. All those crazy land speed engines. First you get both controller and ECU, then you just flash the 8 HP rather than solder in a board. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Turbo Lamic got into like a legal issue because they were flashing to the controller that's inside of the 8HP. I'm not sure how or why Max CCU has gotten away with that. Maybe their laws allow them to do it, but you know, I like the idea of saving money, so I'm gonna go with the CCU. Come on. Why are you tangled up? What are you doing? What are you doing? You see that 5 cam Chevy Pete. I'm not familiar with them. You may be talking to somebody else. Can you show how straight the wagon body is? Maybe a little later. It's in pretty nice shape. Has a few dents and bumps and bruises, but yeah, right now I am spaghettified with wires. So yeah. All right. They did a DOHC LS3. Did you want to talk to me, Dad? Okay. All right. Max CCU did a black box reverse engineering of the CCU and wrote custom firmware that would be allowed. That's what they did. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. Okay, this gets pulled back. Maybe it's that they're not flashing it themselves. They rent and sell to the end user in the flasher. Yeah. Yeah, Turbo Lamick was at PRI last year. I should have went up and talked to him, but I didn't. Okay, I think we got a general layout of which wires are going where. Now, I normally kind of put a piece of tape over my branches so that I can keep them, gotta keep them separated. Gotta keep them separated. That's how the song goes, right? I think. I don't know. All right. I used to have a trans tip. Then I have my trans stand. Oh. Wiring, always the fun part. Yes, yes. It's definitely a can of worms. Or a can of spaghetti. Alright, we're gonna use this for a transmission temp sensor because I forgot that I had that. Yeah. Gotta keep them separated. Gotta keep them separated. Uh-huh. Now I use this Tessa tape for all my wiring. Electrical tape gets all gummy and gross. This stuff doesn't seem to do that. SpaghettiOs. Wiring. Oh, yeah. Another cool build. Yeah, we got our engine sitting right here, so you guys can keep an eye on it all stream. Okay, so now we got our branch. So you can see it goes off this way, that way, this way, the other way. Tessa the world. Yeah, Matt introduced me to Tessa tape. Matt Sloppy Mechanics. Which you guys should go follow him too. He is like one of the reasons that we got into the Turbo LS, and definitely a huge pioneer in the whole hot rodding world. Like, if you guys don't know who Sloppy Mechanics is, dude, come on. He is one of my favorite people. And I'm very honored to have him in the chat. That's pretty cool. You know. Yeah, Matt tuned. Matt basically is the reason that I learned how to tune. Because when I got into EFI, I was terrified of it. It was just like, what do I do? There's so many wires. I don't know. And we took this course. This is how we met Matt. We took one of his training courses on EFI and like Turbo LS and that kind of stuff. And as part of the course, he had customers, you know, some of the people in the course bring their car, and he would kind of tune it live and teach everybody how to do it. And we brought our the Datsun, the red Datsun that you guys have seen on the channel. But at the time, it had a Turbo LS, and we did everything wrong on that car. It was way too small of a turbo with way not enough wastegate, and it was stock computer, and you know, this was like 8 years ago, and he tuned the thing, and it was just like, oh, you know, and he would like just like do a little thing, and I'm like, okay, this isn't so bad. Like, okay, I can do this. And you know, Matt was definitely the one that kind of broke the ice into you know, tuning and wiring and all that stuff, you know, between his videos and you know, just the relationship that we built over the years. You know, when we first got into the Turbo LS, I was like, well, I want Matt to tune it. I'm scared. And then as time went on, I got more and more comfortable, like, well, I can do this. I think I can do this. And I think that's, you know, kind of what Matt has strived to do is, you know, he'd rather teach a man to fish than, you know, do it for them. And I really appreciate it. Oh, he's blushing. Yes, well, yeah, well, it's, you've been a big influence on us, and I appreciate it. World's best budget hot rod set and dedicated hell diver. There you go. That's Matt Happel. Have you or your dad ever built a big block turbo car? No, we haven't, but we should. Yeah, we got to get him on Daisy at some point. That would be fun. The Atlas engines are like six inches taller. What, than a big block turbo? Yeah, they said, did we ever do a turbo big block? And
no, not yet.
That just doesn't seem right. We haven't done that.
What do you mean it doesn't seem right? We're always doing your projects.
Yeah.
Do something for me.
Yeah. actually took what ended up being the last course. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I actually I have video of it way long ago. I could play it for you guys if you want. Um, oh, you're talking about a BMW. Okay. BMW.
Did nitrous on big blocks.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a dream. I want to do 427 turbo big block.
Yep.
That's what I want to do.
Okay.
So,
Sounds like a good.
which reminds me of we need to talk.
Okay.
So,
Do you wanna?
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Trying to set up that looks like that Nissan deal is fake,
Oh.
and the 57 Chevy is my info on it.
Okay. The 4-door. Okay. Hmm. And the 4-door, the red one?
Orange.
Okay, orange one. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So I got to figure out what are we doing so I can figure out what I'm doing.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
whenever you're ready. See ya.
Okay. My 7-year-old is a level 89 diver. Dang. I mean, I assume that's good. I've never played the game, so. Democracy knows no age limit. There you go. I have a friend with a 545 big block Chevy. Twin VS V-Band 80s made 1300 horsepower on 18 psi on 6 cylinders. Whoa! Wow. Big blocks are crazy. Can your course teach me to tune a rotary engine? Well, I don't think he does the courses anymore. Well, he could. I shouldn't be answering for him. Unless you're going no prep, big tire, it makes no sense. You can get the right amount of power that you can put down with a much lighter package than a going big. But it's a big block. It's a big block. If you've never driven a big block, you're not living, my dude. Like they're just big, and they shake the whole car, and like it's a big block, man. You just gotta there's a rite of passage there, you know. Sometimes you just want a big block. There's no substitute. Is your dad's Camaro still running? Yes, we had transmission issues with it the last time that we ran it. So we're still figuring that out. We want to get rid of the stupid independent rear suspension. That's been just a nightmare. So we're going to probably delete that, put a solid axle in it before we run it again. I heard... I don't do rotaries at all. It would be cool to mess with one, running and learn some things, but I can't say yes to anyone. Yeah, the whole leading and trailing plug thing, that would take a little time to wrap my head around. Speaking of 5-cylinder, have a look into Volvo white block. Nope. Best way to tune a rotary is throw it in the dumpster. Hey, that's not nice. Are all 8 HPs the same? No. There's quite a few variations. Just do a little Google search. I don't know all of them, but there's a lot of variation. I have considered restarting the classes, but I'm so busy. Maybe I'll replace my Sunday tune day with small classes. Yeah, I mean, it was a good, yeah, we got a lot of value out of it. So if you did the classes again, I think it would do a lot of people a lot of good. So I'd be all for it. Yeah, dual overhead cam 540 Hemi is cool as crap. Yeah, easy Easier for 10 people to learn than 30. Yep. Lincoln, it's hard to beat the torque of a big block turbo car. Yeah, it's just big block slander will not be tolerated. Yeah, it's just man, if you've never driven a big block, you need to, and you will understand. Doesn't Spoon make a live axle kit for the 5th and 6th gen Camaro? I know Mosier does. I know Skyview Performance, Sky something Performance. I can't remember the exact name of the company. They make one. I didn't know Spoon made one. The Grumpy Old Millennial. Check out the white block, top tier 5-cylinder sounds. Okay, I will. Big things is showing it's not magic. Yes, that is the big thing. And that's I mean, that's probably what helped me the most, of just like, oh, all right, well, you just change the stuff and see what it does, and then change more stuff, and yeah, it's not magic. Yeah, well, some of it's stock, some of it some of it is magic with the stock ECU. Yeah, I agree. But everyone says it's a confidence booster. Yeah, if you did like just a Holly EFI course, like you could you could level up people so fast. What's up, Calvin? Hope it's going well. Looks like the timing cover is back on my lunch break. Just checking in. How's it going, Aaron? It's going well. Got the turbo on the side here. We're getting there. I'm trying to work on the wiring harness today, so. What's your thought on 2-speed power glides? Do you like them? We've only run a handful of power glides. For engines like this, I like to have a few more gear ratios to choose from, just because it keeps the engine in the power band more. But like when we do big block stuff, we're definitely going to be doing some power glide stuff. Depends what you're doing. They seem pretty tough. After this channel hits 1 million subs, you have a video editor and you're full-time YouTuber. Would love to see a 4-wheel drive buggy build with front-wheel drive motor and trans. Yeah, that could be cool. Once you explain the theory, people take off that want to learn. Yep. Yeah, dude, the Holly courses I have never done. Yeah. Yeah, now that Holly EFI has become like more commonplace and affordable, yeah, you could really make people very competent very quickly. All right, so where does that go? Yep. Okay, so all right, we're gonna start doing ignition coils. So we need to run a ground wire. Max CCU was nice enough to run a 12-volt ignition wire in their harness, so we will be using that, and we're just going to kind of daisy chain a set of ignition coils, and that will kind of dictate our lengths for everything. So are all of our injector wires, oh, that's another branch. So all of our injector wires are at the rear of the engine, because the 4200 is really nice because it has a nice plug right at the rear, or I guess the Atlas engines in general have a nice plug at the back where all of the injectors plug into. Would you like to quit your day job and do YouTube full time? Yes, that would be cool. But yeah. Hopefully nobody I work with is watching this video, because yeah. Remember Grumpy. Do you like 8 HPs? Yes, we have one in my Trailblazer. So for our injectors, we need a 12-volt supply wire. So we got to see, maybe Max CCU was nice enough to run one for us already. Let's have a look. Starter, lambda. Well, they were nice enough to run a lambda wire. Well, thank you, Turbo World. Thanks for taking the survey and saying that we were helpful and useful. That's probably good for the channel, so I appreciate it. Do you think aero is important for your style of drag racing, or is the solution just more power? I think aerodynamics are very important. In fact, Cletus McFarlane did a really good episode on putting the body on Leroy and showed that aerodynamics are very important for our type of racing. He picked up like 9 miles per hour, I think. HP 90, what ECU or TCU used to control it? I would use a Max ECU because they support that. So, yeah. No problem. You are the best, brother. Well, thank you. Right. Do we have? Okay, we have ignition. We have starter. We have injector. Hey, they ran a wire for it. Look at that. So I need to have that branch off here at the back. Why are all Atlas aluminum engines tan color with lots of corrosion and not silver? Maybe it's an aluminum composition or lost foam casting process. I mean, they're made of A356 T6 aluminum. I don't know. I don't know why they are a tan color, but yeah. What ECU did you like most on your 6-liter Terminator or Gold Box? Definitely the Terminator. What is the max boost and timing you have run with E85 pump fuel? We ran 40, it was over 43 pounds of boost with the previous engine that was identical to the one that we just took out of my wagon. But that was when we were running into lots of back pressure issues. I don't recall what the timing was. It was probably around 12 or 13, but it was more than 43.5 pounds of boost because that's where the map sensor pegged, and I didn't realize it, so it might have been like 46 pounds of boost. So, yeah. Okay, do you run Haltech on any of your cars? No, but if they were willing to work with us, I would consider it. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the Max ECU, even though they're not really willing to work with us a ton. Yeah, I mean, boost and timing is a little funny because, you know, boost is a measure of restriction, but what changes will you make to the station wagon to optimize aero? None, because it's sleeper and we'll just make more power. So, yeah, it matters a lot, but I'm just gonna make more power on this one. If you're talking about my Camaro, that's the one we'll go for the aero stuff. But on this one, nah, we're gonna run it. Could people stop asking about max timing? There's an optimal timing. Adding more will not make more power once you hit maximum brake timing. Or is it maximum brake torque or maximum? I forget what MBT stands for. I know what it is, but I don't remember what it stands for. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you don't want to run too much timing, I agree. In fact, I like to run a little less than MBT just because I think that one cylinder might be. Check my phone. Okay. Ever mess with turbo 4-cylinder Ecotech? Sure, maybe someday. Nice. Did you just do that? Oh, okay, yeah. This is the let me see. Give me a second here. I used a girdle from Sweden for mine. Mini series was cool. Have you ever messed with Ecotechs? No. I'd like to though. Issue with ethanol is it really doesn't ping. You gotta read plugs or use the dyno at some point. There is a delta in gains from turbo spark. Agreed. Yeah, I've tried to use knock sensors, the factory knock sensors, to see if I could get. So one of the selling points of the Max ECU is they say they have really good knock control. So I hooked the knock sensors up to this car at one point, and I threw like 45 degrees of ignition timing at it at low RPM, trying to get it to show something on the knock sensor, and it did not. It showed absolutely nothing. So that is one of the problems with ethanol. It doesn't really put out, yeah. It might have been 50 degrees of ignition timing. I was trying to get the stupid thing to knock, and it wouldn't, so. All right, I'm going to show you what Matt just sent me. This was the big block Chevy turbo car that he just sent me. So let me see if this works. Supposedly the Holly works good. If I ever had knock sensors, I would try. Yeah. Ethanol does not knock faux show. Yeah, I just can't. I couldn't get it to knock. So I don't know if it just won't or can I? You can't do so. All right. Well, that sucks. All right. Can you guys hear this? Too loud. And there's the horsepower numbers. Made 1,194 horsepower at 137 miles per hour and made 1,360 pound-feet of torque. Who knows if that's accurate though, because it could have been, might not have been at the RPM probe working. All right. Tuning for knock is stupid. IMO, anyways. You're past the gains in Delta IMO. I was more just looking to use it as like a safety type of thing, just have the knock sensors there for maybe I have an injector go down. Maybe the knock sensor could save my engine or something. I don't know. That was the only reason I was trying to figure it out. All right. Shoo-wee, that'll get the groceries, yeah. Ethanol will pre-ignite with hot spots, hot plugs, and it'll just kill the bearing or lift the head. Yes, absolutely would be nice. Did you use the Gen 3 piezo's? No, I used the factory style 4200 knock sensors because I assume that they were tuned specifically for the 4200, but it wouldn't surprise me if it didn't matter. Yeah, but I used the ones that came with the 4200, which are I think they're more similar to the Gen 4. I hear the Gen 4 ones with frequency work. The frequency working. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't get it to show anything. I don't think the ethanol produces the sharp acoustic signature that gasoline does, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I couldn't get it to do anything. I mean, it might have even like it was like in excess of 50 degrees of timing at just above idle, and I could not get it to show anything. Uh, so now you say 5 is greater than 6. I don't know about this. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. Chill out, man. Chill. Chill, chill, chill. All right. So now let's start working on our ignition coil wires. So we have all our injectors off on a branch because it will just be wired to a bulkhead plug. So I like to order pigtails for this because for whatever reason I've had issues with crimping my own plugs on sometimes, and I don't know. I just like to use pigtails like this to wire up my ignition coils. Yeah, I've had so many small block guys where we pull 10 degrees out and make more power. Yep. I do not doubt that. I didn't know ethanol wouldn't produce knock. I mean, I think it will. It's just you can't measure it. Maybe I'm wrong there. I don't know. It's hard to produce like audible knock. I think it's more more accurate, but okay. I had one. He had 40 degrees, 44 degrees in it. That's a spicy meatball right there. Wow. uh, made more power on 24. Yeah, some people need a little help, you know. Right. Okay. Yeah, I've seen a lot of guys overtime engines, even on pump gas NA. Yeah, that's scary. That's scary stuff right there. Yeah, I was helping somebody tune their car at Sick Summer because one of the days we had a little extra time and they had those kind of numbers in it, and I was like, let's try and back that off a little bit. Let's see what happens if we chill that out a little. And they're like, what? Wait, what? Why would you do that? I'm like, because little aggressive. Yeah. Um, yeah, they also had the fuel type set to, so I was helping some, it was a big block Chevy with twin turbos, and the guy had the fuel type set to E85, but he had his AFR targets on a gas scale. And I was like, buddy, how many passes have you made like this? And it was a Holly EFI car. And I'm like, how many passes have you made like this? And he's like, oh, I don't know, like 10, 20, whatever. And I'm like, buddy, like, I'm surprised this engine is still functioning. Like, I'm surprised you haven't melted a piston. Like, ugh. Yeah. How many times have you had that, Matt, where like somebody has the fuel type set to E85 on a Holly? Because they're like, well, I'm running E85. Of course I would run it as fuel type E85. And then they have their targets on a gas scale. How many times have you run into that? I want to know. Ethanol is so stable. Agreed. Yeah, tune a Holly by looking at it. Yeah, for real. Not often since they load my tunes. Okay, yeah. That would probably help a lot. Yeah, I've had it happen more than once, and it's like, okay, I gotta explain how O2 sensors work to you, because, yeah. Because a lot of people don't know how O2 sensors work. Yeah. What do you guys think about the carp cheater thunderhead made? Carp cheater thunderhead made. I'm not familiar with that one. All right, so I am going to pull up. So you guys may not realize it, but I use the Vortec 4200 wiki, which was inspired by the Sloppy Mechanics wiki, by the way. Just so you know. The Vortec 4200 wiki, I use it quite often. Sites.google.com/view/Vortec4200 wiki. I use it quite often because sometimes I forget what stuff. So I'm going to go to the custom engine harness tab. I think that's where I have it. It might be ignition coils. Ignition coils. Yeah, so the ignition coils, I have the pinout for the Volkswagen Audi coils that we use on these 4200 Atlas engines. So I use this quite often when I'm making harnesses. So signal from ECU is pin number 4. So we got 2 grounds, which are just cylinder head grounds. And we have so we need a wire to use for a ground, which we're going to use this one. We're just going to trim it off. LS cars also 80% of the time are no fuel ratio sensor, meaning they make the same power at 11.8 to 13.2. Okay. Having used an engine dyno and seeing 8 Y-bands and EGCs, I can't unsee how imbalanced they are. Yeah, it's a little scary. So obviously more fuel will keep the top ring land happier. I totally agree with that. Yeah, some people are like, why do you run it so rich? And I'm like, cause have you seen a cylinder to cylinder, like, have you seen, go watch Engine Masters and see, the leanest to richest cylinder head, or leanest to richest cylinder on an engine dyno where they're measuring O2 on all the cylinders. It's scary. One cylinder will be running at 14.7, the other one's running at 11.8, like scary. Um, yeah. Runs colder to right. Yeah, probably. I've never actually experimented around with it, so I don't know if it does or not, but I've always just run it rich, and it's worked out for me. Pump gas, turbo cars, I'll bury till the power falls off. There you go. Once it starts misfiring, take a couple percent away and call it good. I've had people say tune is crap because 10.8 wide open. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, and then they tune it and they blow it up, and yeah, all right. So, I just trimmed off the wire for the engine ground to the ECU, and we are now going to use it for our ground wire for the ignition coils. When I sold my Fairmont to Jimmy and the driving videos, hey, they showed wideband at times and people were like, 10.8, what the heck? Who tuned that? Yeah, for real. Yeah, people just don't understand. Too much fuel can actually make oil to get up in the ringland area, and then nitrous burn down. Downs happen, not fun. Yeah, I'm sure you can wash, you can upset the ring and cause all kinds of issues if you're not careful, but yeah. I normally shoot for like 11.3-ish with AF or with E85, but that's on a gas scale. So, yeah. Okay, so now we're going to start landing wires. So how we do this is basically I cut the wire where I want it to be, and then I splice in, and then I measure one bore spacing, which is right around just over 4 inches, and then we keep coming off with our little pigtails, and that's how I do this. So, 14 to 1 and 50 degrees, just send it. Yeah, there you go. Oh. Yes, we're doing a max ECU, Logan. Okay, so Carb Cheater uses oxygen sensor brain box to open and close an electronic valve to adjust the vacuum based on vacuum leaking for perfect tuning as you drive. Very cool. I've wanted to do an electronic controlled carburetor before because I thought it would be cool, and I was going to do it by putting a MAC valve on the air bleeds of the carburetor. So that's neat to hear that somebody's trying that kind of stuff. I ran 32 pounds of boost on my bone stock 2.3 turbo coupe on 93, completely untuned. I don't know how I didn't blow it up. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you get away with some stuff. The spread of AFR between cylinders is so vast on every engine. Didn't know that, to be honest. Does that give you confidence of natural imbalance of the 5-cylinder since all the engines technically have it? Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how this thing turns out. I'll just say that. I think that all engines are going to have an upset in the crankshaft, but I don't know. I don't really know where the 5-cylinder gets its reputation, but I hope that this intake does a really good job of distributing air and makes that spread a lot closer. I've seen a 15 horsepower gain on my 6-liter by bringing the air down to 11.8 AFR from 13.0. Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, that's awesome. Because the 2.3 at 32 pounds boost doesn't make much cylinder pressure, and the head is so bad. Yeah, that could be. That could be. It's very cool to help out you and your dad when then as you came back, you learned more and more and took off with it. Yeah, it was we definitely learned a lot of stuff from you. So uh, I'm glad that it was um, satisfying to watch on your end too. So I love when people post on the group. Yep, I should do that more. I should. Yeah, my dad and I built a car that had a big block, etc. Yeah, yeah, I love. Yeah, I love seeing that stuff too. I've grown to love like when somebody's like, "Hey, I watched your videos. I built this cool turbo 4200 car. Thanks." It's like, it's good. You're welcome. That makes me really happy. Okay, so let's set this here. Is the cam and crank sensor similar to an LS on the Atlas? It's the later engines, yes. Well, the 4 and 5 all had 58 tooth. The later 4200s had 58 tooth, so yes. Question mark. One of them that was with the red Chevelle that made 650 on ethanol, participated in drag week 2 years. Yeah, yeah, that one. Yeah, I remember that one. That one was really, really cool. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay, so you gotta make sure you remember, put your shrink sleeve over the wire before you put the crimp on, or else you can't get the shrink sleeve on. So, Thunderhead YouTube channel has a carb cheater on the market for sale. Be nice to have you take it on someday if you get the time. Yeah, maybe someday. There's a lot of these classes that require a carburetor, and it's like, well, you didn't say I couldn't hook a Mac valve to my carburetor, so. Anyways. And they never ask, lurker, make a post, and the car is totally done. Yeah, that's so, that is like, that really, we make more, we makes more because of the more, we makes more because the more fuel you command, the more the cylinder can physically demand, making the AFR gaps closer and therefore more balanced, question mark, or that's the going theory. I'm not sure. I'm trying to, we make more because the more fuel you command, the more the cylinder can physically demand, making the AFRs closer. Well, I would think that change in demand of the cylinder would show in the map sensor, potentially. So your boost might go down, but yeah, I'm not sure. Don't know if I understand the question. I bet he would send you one for free, Calvin. Go tell him to send you one. Well, let me check it out first. I've always heard that lean is mean. Yeah, it's real mean. It's real mean. It can be really, really, really mean. They dragged that out of the weeds in the yard and did a turbo LS. Yes, that's always so cool. Are you running batch, fire, or sequential? It'll be sequential. Okay, we got our first crimp of the day. Oh, I know. That's why I started watching LOL and making memes. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Nate and I actually started talking because he wanted to do a 5-cylinder and he messaged me, and yeah, we became friends, and he sent me a bunch of memes, and we gradually became better and better friends over the years, and yeah, it's neat how um, you know, a mutual passion for something can bring people together, and that's one of my favorite things about cars. It's just intake and airflow harmonics from the valves, small difference in size. Talking about how Matt sometimes Richard. Okay, yeah, you're talking about. Okay, that's probably why I don't understand the question. All good, all good. Uh, yes, sorry, I tapped my mic. Sorry about that. Uh, a lot of the air fuel balance problems in the Freiberger test was caused by the carb itself being junk. Modern manifolds and EFI aren't as problematic. Yeah, and you have the ability to. All right, I got Matt to blush. Now I got Nate to blush. Uh, yeah. Okay, so we got cylinder number 5. So we got our trigger wire from the ECU, and then we have a 12-volt wire to power it, which Max ECU was nice enough to run a 12-volt power wire for us. Okay, you guys are vibing in the chat. Vibing in the chat. So I need my phone again. Tom was just talking about the sloppy effect where they almost vetted as all cool people. Yeah, yeah, the sloppy community is pretty awesome. You know, when we had the whole, you know, when the wreck happened, when the theft happened, I gotta say that some of the strongest, one of the strongest groups of people that reached out was definitely the sloppy community, and that was very nice of them. All right. I sent another picture. Sleeper dude, I used to tune my blow-through carb big block 460 Maverick with an old school camcorder taped to the wideband, handheld with a kitchen spatula. Then go back home and watch it. That's so cool. Yeah, we have a friend who um, he used to, his data log. It was a Turbo Dodge, and Turbo Dodges, you know, the Turbo Dodge guys are die hard. They want to use the factory ECU, and they've hacked it and made it work to death. And his method of data logging, because they didn't have onboard data logging, his method of data logging was the GoPro filming his gauges, and I thought that was the coolest thing. All right, Matt just sent another picture. Let me show it here. All right. Oh wow. Very cool. All right, let me check out this trans pan from Tom. Yeah, that's art right there. What do you have done to the chassis on the Fairmont? How did it hook up with the other engine? It's a aftermarket K member that we bought for like 30 bucks from the flea market. I don't know whose K member it is. All I know is that it is a tubular K member that is set up for a 4.6 liter, I believe, like a Ford mod motor. We've done frame connectors, reinforced the rear suspension, reinforced the torque boxes. Yeah, check out this this trans tunnel, guys. This is Tom Weeks. This is he does a lot of cool stuff for Matt, and he's is this Tony's 55? I wonder if this is Tony's 55 because he's doing the cage for Tony Angelo at the moment. Wow, that is nice. Very cool. He just sent another one. Hang on. Wow. That guy can weld. Oh, man. That guy can weld. That is nice. Yeah, that looks like Tony's 55. Very cool. Yeah, because he's doing Tony Angelo's 55 Chevy right now, which he's trying to get ready for Drag Week. Yep, Tony Angelo's 55. Very cool. Getting the inside scoop here, guys. Inside scoop. Have you heard that the emergency exit on Tesla doors breaks the window trim when activated? People burning up in them and can't get out. I have to wonder why that is. Just curious. I haven't heard about it, but that sounds awful. Yeah, that's awful. Yeah, Tom is such an artist. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm sure it's 4130. If I had to guess, it's probably chromoly. I don't think it would be dough call, but maybe it is. I know dough call's starting to become more popular. All right, let's go back to the wiki. Signal from ECU is pin numero 4. Quattro. Okay. Ignition, cylinder number 5. Yeah, 4130 is chromoly, and then EROS 76. I'm not sure what that is, but I know dough call is something that's becoming more popular. Maybe that's what that is. Yeah. Way back in the day, there was a Kiwi rally guy without data that ran a string from the throttle and the brake pedals to little needles on the dash so he could see the brakes and throttle position in the video. Wow, that is so cool. Ah, I love that kind of stuff. That is so cool. You know, you gotta be able to get data somehow. And, I love that stuff. That makes me so happy. All right, so I need some smaller shrink sleeve. Actually, I don't like 4130. It's so brittle for race cars and not practical to post weld heat treat the whole chassis, which is where you get optimal with ER70S. -6 welding wire typo. Sorry, typo. So when we're doing 4130, we use ER80S, and we make sure to weld in short spurts so that it doesn't overheat the metal. And we will like sit there and wait for the metal to cool down. So that is how we avoid issues with that. My dad got in his wreck with a entire 650 cert chassis that was made out of 4130, and we didn't see a single weld failure, crack, or anything with that thing using that method. So, yeah, your mileage may vary. But ever looked into variable valve lift version of the VK56? I didn't know they had a variable valve lift. I know they have a VVT version of it, but I didn't know that they had a VVL. Yeah, that seems interesting. VK56 with VTEC, bro. Salt water sets them on fire too. Fun fact. Oh, that's great. Yeah, ER70S is for carbon steel. Yep. NASCAR uses mild steel due to brittle nature of 4130. I heard they're looking at Docol 8. Yeah, so yeah, we just don't put too much heat to it, and the 4130 seems to do okay. I mean, I don't know of too many people that have had their gauges tested like ours were, unfortunately. But we just, you weld, do a short bead, and then you let it cool off. Then you weld, and it's like, you let it sit there for a couple minutes. It's not like, you just keep blasting away at it. You know. All right. NASCAR. Okay, I already read that one. Yes, newer VK56 has a motor on each valve cover that controls the lift of the intake cam. Makes more power, a lot more power than the older VK56. Yeah, I know they had a big power jump. They went to like over 400 horsepower later on, so. I hear ya. I think SFI is allowing Docol 8 now. Like welding issues. I haven't checked the spec recently. Yeah, they're starting to allow Docol. I think Docol's easier to bend as well. Okay, so give me that. Thunderhead put a lawnmower carb on a supercharged V8, also an old 302 and a Maverick. Runs great. He drives it 30 to 40 miles and does some cool stuff also. Okay, very cool. I may have seen the lawnmower carb on a V8 thing. That's starting to ring a bell. Okay, so we got all our wires for our first ignition coil. So now I'm going to solder them. Docol is more ductile than 4130, more elongation, and if I recall, similar tensile strength and available in DOM. Okay. All right. So normally how I do my soldering is I hold the torch, which the striker on my torch is messed up, but yeah, just take your torch, heat up your joint, and shove some solder in there. So, normally I like to queue up a few joints. Big chunky wires take a little time to heat up sometimes. Turn up the heat a little. There it goes. Alright, sorry, I'm having to focus on this, guys. I don't want to burn myself. I did that enough earlier this week. Alright, leave your torch running. Make sure you get the hot wires close to the other hot wires, because then they'll start to melt those, of course. And slip your shrink sleeve over. You don't want to You don't want to slip your shrink sleeve over too early, or else it will melt and shrink before you are ready. But all right, we're talking about BMW engines again in the chat, I believe. That's cool. That's cool. And then last one. Uh-huh. All right. Then you end up with something like that. Then you have your power and ground continuing forward for the next ignition coil. So we have our first branch for one of our ignition coils. This will be coil number 5. And I like to use the split sleeve around this stuff so that you can keep it nice and tidy. Right. All right, we're talking about VBL and how to control it. Cool. Calvin, what coils are you running? We are running the short Volkswagen Audi ignition coils, VAG coils as they call them. They look like that. We have run them to over 1,000 wheel horsepower on a 6-cylinder. They work good. Okay, so now we measure 4 inches from the previous splice, and we make our next splice, because it's just over 4 inches for the bore spacing, so that is how we do this. So I normally go like right there, and then we make another cut. Easy. Easy does it. Easy does it. Are you running stock Atlas cams? Yes, they are stock. 3.7 liter camshafts. Okay. Ah, the fun of wiring, yes. It's not too bad. Not too bad. There you go. Yeah, so look up the wiring diagram on the wiki. Right, 1 and 2 are our grounds. 1 and 2. I've dedicated 2 days to wiring because it always takes way longer than I want it to. Assume you're going to run E85. Yes. With flex fuel sensor. Okay. Which I just realized I did not assign one of my inputs for that. Which might be a problem. It's not a problem. It's just have to make some compromises. Not as cool as Calvin, but still cool. Well, I don't know if I should be thankful or I mean, I guess you're saying I'm cooler than somebody else, so cool. Thanks. Today's episode of NivHack 57, wiring with extension cords and wire nuts. Don't forget the wire nuts. Do you guys watch Turbo John? He's funny. He's one of my favorite people because he ran a 7-second car and his TPS, throttle position sensor, was wired with wire nuts for years. Yeah, Turbo John Racing. Seems like a good guy. He watches some of our videos and leaves comments every once in a while. I'd love to meet him someday. He seems like a cool dude. Electricity doesn't care. but I'd like to stay. I'd like it to stay connected. Yep. Well, hey, those wire nuts worked good. They stayed connected, so it's a valid method. I don't know. Oh boy. All right. Are you running SCP injectors or something else? Yes, we are running Snake Eater Performance 210 pound per hour drop-in Atlas series injectors because I worked with him to develop some drop-in injectors for the Atlas engines. He's a super cool guy. Brad over at Snake Eater Performance. Okay. Wago connectors are the new wire nut. Yeah, I haven't played with them yet. I hear they're pretty decent. Do the Atlas engines 5 and 6 make a reasonable choice if you wanted to do a standing mile or similar land speed? The 5 doesn't really make a ton of sense to me because you'd be better off with the 6 because it would be closer to the E-class cubic inch limit. So why not have a little more cubic inches when you could very easily have it? But the 4 falls right under the F class category. And so I would recommend not running the 5 for that particular style event. So 4 or 6 make a lot of sense, I think. I'd bet with cooling mods, the Atlas could do standing mile, but with realistic expectations and how much duty cycle you can run at what power levels. Yeah. Oh, we plan to do standing mile stuff with an Atlas someday, so I guess we will find out. Now you sound like an electrician. There you go. All right. Do the 210s idle well? They idle fantastic. Like, some cars I've had issues getting 210s to idle great. But Max CCU must have spent a lot of time getting the injector data for the 210s to be like dead on because actually the car idled better with 210s than it did with the 1500s. I have 1500s currently, but I am shooting for 1200 wheel and not sure the 1500s are going to get me there. I mean, if it's on E85, probably it might get you there. 1500s might. I'd have to do the math. Ooh. Didn't get it crimped hard enough. It's all good. It's all good. Do you mess with the AR5 at all? I pulled a couple from the junkyard. Is there a way to tell if they are good before you pull them? No obvious broken teeth or glitter in the fluid. We've not messed with an AR5. We have one, but we haven't messed with it yet. I hear they're decently stout, but Yeah, I don't have any advice there, unfortunately. All right. So, almost done with ignition coil numero Quattro. Four. That is four. All right. There. Got it crimped. Now we can bust out the torch. Get it burnt together. Do you work for Crown Lift Trucks? No. I don't even know who that is. Cool, thanks. I'm putting it in my SBC S10 Fun Beater. Doesn't make a ton of power. Yeah, should work great for that. Okay, soldering. I thought I saw in the background in one of your videos a can of Crown brand brake cleaner. That's why I was curious. Okay. I mean, maybe there's some Crown branded brake cleaner. I'm not. I don't know. Maybe somebody gave us one. I don't know. Uh, we got a lot of junk laying around, so yeah, some of it's like, where did that come from? I don't know. Right. Best thing to do with an 8100 is put it in a boat or a tow truck, etc. Yeah, I mean, a friend of ours has a 8100 in a Silverado, came in the Silverado, and that thing just will not die. I don't know how many miles he has on it, but it just keeps going and going. Doesn't make a lot of power, but you know, will not die. Rough math says that Bosch 210s at 43 psi on 85, 72% duty cycle. Yeah, and you can pump a little more pressure to them as well. I mean, fuel pump has a lot to do with how well that situation will work out. You know, gotta have good fuel lines, fuel pump, all that. All right, cylinder number 4, done. As a Mercruiser tech, 8100s are not friendly in a boat. Okay, well, that's not good. I have a 3500 Express 3500 with a 6-liter and a blower. It's a fantastic tow pig. Okay. Nice. All right, cylinder number 3. So we gotta measure out our 4 inches. It's actually like 4 1/16 if you're being picky about it. So 4. Right there. I'm running twin 450s and dash 10 feeds, so will that be okay? Nah, you're probably going to need more than that. We were starting to run out of twin 450. I'm assuming you're on the 85. We were starting to run out of the twin 450s around 900 wheel horsepower. So, hello from Sweden. Hello. Them S10s can get good traction. Some things do something to do with pinion angle. I would get beat by one back in the day. My SPS 10 would just spin. Yeah, we used to have an S10. And my dad built a cool set of headers for it and stuff. And we called it LT, Little Truck. And it was a lot of fun. We had big truck and we had little truck. All right, 1 and 2, ground. 1 and 2, ground. Yeah, C85. Yeah, you're gonna need more than that. I would do either triple 450s or, yeah, something like that. I'm gonna try and do a 4200 8 HP. Make it a tow pig for my stretched Razor RS1 custom tow custom. Okay, custom tow custom. Cool. I ran 3 450s in my turbo mod motor car last year for years and years ago on the 85 running mid 8s. We were up at the end of the pumps for sure. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta have a good sized fuel line as well, in our experience. If you want to go faster than 10.0, then yes, it's worth it, unless you want to get kicked out. Yep. Audi noises in the Fairmont. I'm in. Hey, welcome. We are in the process of building a wiring harness. I put dirt track slicks on mine. 7 blocks by the tailgate, and it still just spins. Well, ain't that a shame. Good morning from Australia, down under in the future. Ah, so is it the 5th over there? Custom billet tank hat, Walbro 450s and 12 line. If I recall correctly, those 2008 details and a bit fuzzy. Yeah, Dash 12 should get it. We're actually running 3/4 inch hardline stainless on this car. How many more days will you be streaming? We will be streaming. We're probably going to keep streaming until it's running. And if that means that I have to stream in the evenings after work until it is running, that will be how long? I'm hoping that it will be running before Sunday or on Sunday. But we're going to keep streaming until it runs. I used the Hedman headers that went around the steering. Okay. Cool. Do you have a P.O. box yet? No. It's yeah. I should set one up. It's just yeah, you have to pay for it and blah blah blah. I'm just making excuses. Does your flex plate have an SFI number, and do you have to periodically change it out? So they normally don't look at those. I'll just say that. I'm still here and knitting. Still sitting there and knitting. Yes, we are still knitting. Knitting a harness. Started my EE degree after enough out of school, 11 years. Oof, sink or swim. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I thought my education was a little, I wasn't super happy with the quality of courses that I took. All right, my dad's calling me. Give me just a second here. Okay, we need to go on a short break here, guys. So, it is about to rain here, and we have a car outside that is not covered, and I need to cover it up. So, I will be right back. All right. We will be back, guys. So, short intermission. All right, we're back. So it looks like the rain's still a little ways off, but got the car covered, so we're good. I also took a second to get something to eat and drink. So, all right, back to wiring. All right. Anyone else looking forward to Calvin getting the Cadillac motor going? Yeah, we're getting there. I'm trying my best there, guys. It's just, you know, it would be, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's, we're doing our best. Just, there's a lot of development that's still happening there that, you know, there's not a lot of people doing those engines, so there's not a lot of stuff out there. I started watching his channel because of the North Star. Okay, well, appreciate you tuning in. Oh. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the underdog stuff, guys. That's, as I'm sure you've found out over the years. All right, 3. It sounds like you guys are talking about the North Star performance stuff. A little pricey, but yeah, good stuff. All right, number 3 is 12-volt ignition. Yeah, I think I have the comments set up that you can't post links, guys. So we've had a lot of scam/spammers in the chat in previous live streams. So I've, unfortunately, to prevent that from happening, I disabled links. Actually, YouTube might do it by default. I might not even be able to turn it back on. I know whenever whenever Atlas Industries tries to post a link in the chat, even though I think I can like whitelist people or something, I don't know. I've tried to like allow, or no, it holds the comment for review. But it's not something I can do easily right now. Sorry, guys. Hey, I just got here. I just watched the VK56 video. Curious how cross-drilled oil on the piston rod affect the performance. That would be, what would be a better option? Yeah, I mean it's not really like it's not that I don't want you guys sharing links. It's just like people will come in on the stream and they'll post links to like bad sites, and you know, I'm fine with you. You know, I'm fine if people post links that are to good stuff that's related to the topic of discussion, but you know, people come on and start posting bad links to bad stuff, and that becomes quite annoying to deal with. So, yeah, it was happening quite often before. So, sorry, guys. YouTube blocks links by default. Yeah, that might be what it is. I don't know. It just sorry, I didn't answer your question on the VK56. Um, I mean, I would say that John Rogers is making 2,000 wheel horsepower with a cross-drilled stock crankshaft. So I am not looking for any reason to improve on that. So I would just run the factory crank with the cross-drilled connecting rod oiling. I think it's fine. He's spinning 10,000 RPM that way, so yeah. Yeah, it's all good. I knew what you meant. Spaces. Okay. Yeah, he spins 10,000 RPM. Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's crazy. What oil would you use on an engine that spins 10,000 RPMs? I'm not sure. I would assume you would want something pretty heavy, like a 20W50 or something like that. He might even be running like straight 50. Um, yep. Yeah, I mean a direct oiling crankshaft might be better, but yeah. Uh, yeah, well, yeah, it depends on your oil clearances. Pretty sure John Rogers runs them pretty loose. Um, all right. Scroll up. What did I miss from before? Yeah, if you want to see Pullman's build, I assume you have that posted to your forum, right? What was that Vortec 40? What's the website for the forum? Is it vortec4200.net or vortec4200.net, right? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if you're an old school forum guy, you should go check this out. I think that's what you were trying to share. Yeah, he has a couple build summaries on a bunch of people's projects. A couple people posting over there, so bringing back the forum. Hey, Monkey Fab, how's it going? Thank you. That is high praise from you, Monkey. Monkey, Mike. I meant to say Mike. I'm sorry. uh, thanks, Mike. Okay. I prefer forums. Yellow Bullet used to be great until those Canadians bought it. Phantom built Bullet is good now. Okay. Yeah, I used to be more into the forum stuff. It's just I don't know. It's hard to post the stuff so many places, you know. It's I like making YouTube videos. I like making videos in general. And so I've focused on that a little bit more recently. But we used to be big parts of the Vortec, sorry, not the Vortec, the Grassroots Motorsports Forum. That used to be our stomping ground back in the day. Um, it's new, so be gentle. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Pullman here. I think he did a lot of the HTML himself or something. I know he did a lot of. He spent a lot of time on it, so go check it out. Or it's HPVB. What is the I forget what that's called. Doesn't matter. uh, Naturally aspirated section of Yellow Bullet is still good. Brian from Kinetic still posts in the Turbo forum. Okay. Yeah, PHP BB. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Comebacks The comeback of forums would be the best outcome knowing the state of today's internet. Yeah. Yeah, Facebook has definitely turned into kind of a toxic place. I have tried to stay off of Facebook recently. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I think it's bad for people's mental health. You know, I try to use it as a tool, but sometimes it's just, I don't know. Some of the stuff it feeds you is just like, stop. Like, just go away. I don't know. It's like it's designed to manipulate your brain, feed you stuff that's just bad for you. I miss forum. Reddit is way inadequate. Okay. Yeah, I don't get on Reddit a whole lot anymore. I used to when I was back in college. But it's just a time suck. Problem with Facebook is that it doesn't encourage conversation and it temporarily dislodges commentary. Yeah. It's just like it's designed to make people upset with each other. Like it pits people against each other. It's like it, oh, this person responds to this. Ooh. They respond to it because it's, from somebody that annoys them. And, so it just keeps feeding it to them and they just just into the ground, just auger into the ground and everybody's unhappy. Like, I don't want to be unhappy. All right, got cylinder number 3 done. My LR3 jump timing on me this morning in traffic and died on me. Can you throw a 4200 in it real quick for me? Thanks. Yeah. I don't know about that. I mean, you see how long it's taken me to just swap a car that's got an engine very similar to it with another engine that's similar. Like, there's not a whole lot of quick about this. So much traffic going through, few people, and they use it to push so much BS through us. Yeah. Bugatti V16 is $15 million. Whew. Or $5 million. Wow. That's crazy. They do sound cool, though. They sound real cool. If you guys haven't heard the new Bugatti V16, yeah. Yeah. Very yeah. It sounds real good. I think it's The Drive did a video on it. Nice. There's no continuity in conversation. It's posts with hidden comments. It's basically a text version of YouTube and it's formatted that way to sell advertising. Yep. Has anyone heard the sound of David Mazay's 5-rotor SLC Superlight? It sounds so dang good. Yes, it does. Yeah, if you're looking for something that sounds amazing, yes, 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 very yes. Bugatti or VW should have done a VR8. They already have had the W16. I thought they did a VR8 or a W8. Yeah, the VR8 or W8 was in the Passat, I thought. Yep. Oh, you're saying like a 15-degree V8. That could be cool. Do two coyotes. Yeah, I've always thought a straight 8 would be really cool. Somebody posted one on Facebook a while ago with it was like the only crossflow Buick straight 8 and it was super cool. Be sick as heck, but VW makes with anything with a long enough hood. Yeah, probably not. M-Tech said shimming the oil pump an 1/8 inch picks up 10-ish pounds of pressure. Thoughts? Yeah, I've done it before. I haven't seen any increase in oil pressure, so I don't know. I've done that though, and yeah. There was a land speed team that ran a 240SX or whatever, and that did a run with an inline 8. Okay, very cool. DOHC straight 8. A few Atlas blocks is doable. Yeah, that could be cool. Yes, it would. Love to see a straight 8. Yeah. Yeah, take two Atlas 4s and weld them together, or you just put them end to end and put some sort of coupler between the two. I can't wait for you to finish the North Star. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. I am looking forward to it as well. Lincoln had a straight 8. Yep. Who's got some junk castings? There you go. Yep, Sean. Sean will get you hooked up. Really wish you would get into two strokes. Well, we got quite a few goals that involve four-stroke stuff, so once we get done with them, then maybe we'll be looking for something else cool to do. Calvin, are there any chassis you would like to experiment with you haven't had a chance to touch? I mean, I talked about earlier in the week, I'd love to get like a Chevy Citation, and do some stupid front wheel drive stuff. I mean, at this point, we're probably going to start moving towards tube chassis stuff. I have the 4th gen Camaro. I definitely want to mess with that. But we're getting to the point where we're going to have to start making our own chassis. Need a cross plane crank made up for the straight 8. Yes, that would be cool. You know about the OM 606? It's the diesel 2J. Yep, I am familiar with that. Meant Buick, not Lincoln. Yep. I love my OM606 daily. It's a hoot to drive. The OM606 gets plenty of love in Europe. Yeah, I hear diesels are quite popular over there. Are Atlas four-cylinder cranks forged or cast? They are nodular iron. Cast nodular iron. Believe. Pretty sure they are. If you ever do front-wheel drive again, consider a J-body or other GM global platform. Yeah, I just like the way the citations look, so I'll fabricate whatever is needed to make that work. And I just think it would look really goofy to have one of them with roasting the front tires, and I don't know. I don't know. For me, it's like I want the car to look cool, so. Citation was kind of the predecessor to the J body. Not really like looking to make a formula for people. I just wanted to build something cool. I'd love to see an Atlas 4 and a Miata and make it all-wheel drive. That could be cool. That could be cool. Have you ever ran a turbo Ford-based engine in a Fairmont? No. We've never run a turbo Ford engine in anything. But I'm certainly not resistant to it. Yeah, I was brought up on GM stuff, but I'm certainly not afraid to branch out. You know, GM just makes some pretty dang good engines. And the Ford stuff is usually pretty expensive. I've thought about doing like a 200 straight six, but it's hard to get a decent cylinder head for them. And there's a company in Detroit that is making a clean burning two-stroke supercharged, and it runs on everyone from diesel, I assume any fuel from diesel, gas, hydrogen, etc. Okay, cool. I have a couple of 4-liter Jeeps engines laying around, playing with them for torque. Cool. Very cool. Seeing how many of the American small cars failed, I feel like we are fortunate that GM Brazil preferred to use German projects by Opel. Yep. Small Ford doesn't have any real advantage over the LS until you look at canted valve stuff, and it's pricey to build those, and stock blocks are weak. Yeah, the small block Ford stuff definitely is intriguing, just because anything that revs to stupid RPM like that is something that definitely whets my appetite. I like RPM, and I cannot lie. Doesn't matter what kind of engine it is, it sounds good when you rev them up. Except for a Viper. Except for a Viper. Yeah. Get a Citation X11. Yes, that would be probably what I would go after. I've seen a few. Saw one pretty cheap recently, and it was just like, If you like revs, build that Nissan VK56 or the North Star. Well, we're working on both, so yeah. Sounds like your boy has a plan. Yep. I'm looking forward to seeing what they sound like. I know my mom had a Cadillac with a North Star under the hood, and that thing sounded real good. They have the small block Chevy firing order, and I prefer that. Does anyone remember Manta Art? I'm not familiar with that one. Why would you need an inline 8? It doesn't fit in anything, and a V8 exists. Yeah, so with all the exhaust on the one side of the engine, it would be really easy to make a set of headers with a reasonable primary length that you could make a either a set of 180-degree headers or a 8-into-1. The problem with an 8-into-1 exhaust is most of the time your primary length has to be like 8 miles long in order to get all of the tubes into the primaries with equal length. But with a straight 8, you can make them reasonably length, and you could get that 8-into-1 sound and actually have the primary lengths where they need to be. And that's why I would be interested. Because I think it would sound cool. Okay? All right. Stock exhaust valves. Okay, you're talking. Well, could you imagine a Viper that sounds like a Carrera GT but with double the displacement? I don't know what a Carrera GT sounds like. I don't know Porsches very well. Best way to fix a Viper, cut the block and make it 72-degree V10, then make a new camshaft and crankshaft. That sounds so good. Yeah, that would be a good way to do it. That or just take the engine out and throw it away and then put in something else. I'm probably pissing a few people off, but you know. A twin turbo i8 would sound so cool. Yes, it would. There is a reason why the new Bugatti V16 sounds so cool. It's probably because of what I just talked about. Carrera GT is the 5.7-liter V10 Porsche from 2005. Well, is it a 72-degree V10? Because if it is, I bet it sounds cool. Okay. It's an odd fire deal. Okay, I bet it doesn't sound cool. Sorry guys, you're just not gonna convince me. Just not my cup of tea, I'm sorry. '68. It's a '68? Oh. Well, why would they do a 68-degree V10? You're so close to 72 having it correct. Or is that or are you talking about something else? I don't hear too many people mentioned tuning headers. My dad used to tell me how important it was for power. Yeah, we've definitely seen some gains. The hot V for cat light off missions reasons. Yeah, I've always wanted to do a hot V because then you could get the header primaries like really well situated. Do a cross plane hot V V8. That would be cool. All right. All right, we're on to cylinder numero dos. You should check out the Evinrude V8 Marine engine. It sounds like a huge cam, big block Chevy at idle, and when you rev it, it sounds like a 3-rotor. That sounds cool. BMW N63 got you covered. Hot V crossplane, dual overhead cam, 4-valve V8. I will look that up. That sounds really cool. Are they affordable? Or are they a bajillion dollars? Because that sounds really cool. I like the sound of that. N63s are a maintenance nightmare. Well, that's a shame. If you can LS swap a 911, could an Atlas fit? Yeah, if you hung it off the end, like, you know, like just hung it way off the end, it would be a bit of a squeeze, I think. Yeah, the problem is you're dealing with an engine that's way taller and way longer, and you might be hanging it out the back quite a bit. What benefit can a hot V provide? It allows you to get your exhaust configured in such a way that you can have relatively short primaries and be able to merge the exhaust together and everything. Sorry, I'm focused on soldering. Yeah, it just allows you to get the exhaust in a better configuration for getting your primary lengths and exhaust lengths all happy and situated better. Betterer, and that affects the sound of the engine quite a bit. Uh, y'all are taking this 15-minute free, then 15 minutes of work to the extreme. Yeah, there you go. It made me mad that GM canceled the Blackwing V8 so quickly like that. Or were they a hot V? Oh. Okay. Atlas 5 isn't longer. Okay. One of the guys using compressed air power had power adder has zoomies on the car and it sounds like a funny car. Yes. Alright, I gotta focus on this for a second so I don't burn myself. I heard some BMW Hot V engines burn the sensors and the valve covers. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I know. Have you guys been following Tavarish and his Porsche 918 Spider? That was a Hot V. I was actually watching his video last night before I went to sleep. It's a cool build. How long is the 5-cylinder compared to an LS? I would have to measure it. Somebody had me measure it yesterday. Maybe that was Johnny K. The N63 problems all occur at high mileage, like 100,000 plus. Okay. Yeah, I don't know the BMW super well. People say I have an E63 or a E36 or I have a E46 or whatever, and I'm just like, yeah, I know what that is. Sure. I don't speak BMW. All right. We are almost done with our ignition coils. You really should 4200 swap a Crown Vic. Yeah, they're kind of heavy. And I don't know what I would do with it. That's the problem. Like, sure, it would be cool, but like I already have a cool street car. We just finished up the Trailblazer. I'm pretty happy with that. You know, I've been having a few issues here and there, but like, you know, it's like, okay, like I have my cool street car 4200 car. So what would I do with that? You know, I got a lot, my dad and I both have a lot of goals that we would like to get to that involve race car stuff. And the Crown Vic does not really do race car stuff. You know, sure, we could try and like chase down Cletus and get into one of his Crown Vic races. That is a thing that we could try, but I don't know. He didn't really seem very keen to collaborating with us when we were doing the cheap car challenge thing, so I'm not so sure he would be interested. We probably don't have enough influence for him to pay attention to us, so it's all good. I get it. He has a lot of people probably trying to work with him at any given time. It's all good. It's all good. Bop, bop, bop. Did I miss Cannonball car? Yeah, maybe. I'm not really into driving at high rates of speed on the highway, so maybe not. You know, it's so easy to get into a dangerous situation there. Honda V5 was funny, 4 cylinders, same bore, the fifth had a different size. Really? Huh. I didn't even know about that. That's crazy. That's wild. I stopped watching Tavarish years ago. Can't stand him. Never finishes anything. I don't know. I think he's a cool dude. I mean, yeah, it is annoying that. Um, well, he just takes on really big projects. I mean, like, think about how much he's having to spend on that kind of stuff. Like, wow, like that probably takes a little time to like coordinate and try to get like sponsors on board and like, he's trying to really, just like that is maximum effort. Like, you know, him talking about how much each component costs as he's taking it off. It's like, oh yeah, this is $9,000. Oh yeah, and it's attached to this other $15,000 part. It's like, okay, like, I don't know. I think he's a cool dude. Did I put shrink sleeve on? Good, I did. I watch. Bearish is not budget friendly. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But it's still neat to watch. I don't know. I like looking at things that are well engineered. And he takes apart things that are well engineered. So, yeah. Issue you are having with the Trailblazer is it an issue that I am going to have with my 4200 HP? No. I am having issues with the fuel system. And it is my own doing. I just haven't had a chance to fix it. The fifth was bigger, cancels out the harmonics. Wow. Huh. How about that? With Tavares, he is not doing anything normal in the car space. Yeah, and that's cool. Like, he's pushing the boundary. He's like, I don't know. I think he's cool. I don't remember. Have you done any NA Atlas builds? I was just thinking of exhaust noises. Sounds like 180-degree headers you did. We haven't yet, but I have a set of 14-to-1 compression ratio pistons sitting in my house that we will eventually do a naturally aspirated 4200 with. And I'm very much looking forward to it. Stuff that isn't normal is what I like. Not that I didn't watch your stuff before, but this 5-cylinder swap has me real excited. Well, I like stuff that isn't normal too. Which is why I watch Tavarish. Or Tavarish, however you say it. Okay, we're on our last ignition coil. How many wire nuts are we at? 35 million. No. None so far. None so far. So far. That roof rack is gonna come in handy on drag and drives. Yeah, it's not the most substantial thing. I've never actually like tried to use the thing. But yeah, roof racks are awesome. Yeah, it's literally just like screwed into the roof. Do you have any other hobbies? Not really. Really want to see someone take a Triumph Rocket 3 engine and put it in a car, like an older Civic or something light. Okay, not familiar with that one, but sounds like it could be cool. Could be cool. Suggestion for the 2.8 liter build M90 supercharger with a tailpipe turbos on true duals. Like we've said a few times, that build will likely be a land speed effort, and turbos are a whole lot more efficient than superchargers. And with a land speed build, you don't really need that low end grunt. You just need horsepower, lots and lots of horsepower. So, we will likely do a turbo if we even do a power adder. It may be naturally aspirated. Don't know. Yeah, it's way better content to see Uncharted engine builds. I agree. Okay. All right, we got our last cylinder number 1 all crimped and soldered together. So now we can start working on something else. Hurry, the Bonneville salt is getting flat. Or thin, sorry. Yeah, it would be cool to get out to Bonneville, but it's also real expensive. And I think we'll get out there someday, but I hope we can get our stuff together before it goes away, because, you know, I keep hearing that it keeps getting thinner and thinner. But, you know, there's also a lot of opportunities here on the East Coast for land speed racing. You know, there's Arkansas, there's the Arkansas Mile. They're talking about reopening Maxton. My dad got a bunch of land speed records there, which I believe they're trying to get signatures on a petition for that. So maybe you guys could go and. Yes, that is Sleeper Dude from the YouTube channel in the chat. Yes, yes, it is. It's pretty cool to see him tuning in. So yes, that is Sleeper Dude. Nice to have you here, Sleeper Dude. Okay, so we have our 5 ignition coil wires all wired up. Next, we got another branch. So at the front of the engine, I typically do another branch. And I branch off for the cam sensor, the VVT. We got the cam. Did I say cam sensor? We got the boost controller, intake air temp, throttle position, and we got coolant pressure. Yeah, so we got a couple things that branch off at the front of the engine. So we gotta. Wow, my wife loves your channel. I like it also. Yes, very cool. Yeah. I'm not far relatively from Loring, Maine with their 1.5 mile. Yep, we've been there a few times. I believe twice. My dad has a few records there, in fact. And yes, that seems like the place to be for East Coast land speed racing. Loring, Maine, because you got 1.5 miles to speed up and 1 mile to slow down. So all the other tracks are 1 mile and 1 mile. So 1 mile to speed up, 1 mile to slow down. Do you ever go to the Ohio Mile event? We've never been there. I thought that closed. So yeah, I thought that closed. Okay. All right. So at some point we need to start branching off our 5-volt supply stuff because okay, so the cam sensor requires 12-volt sensor ground. Our coolant pressure requires 5-volt and sensor ground. The boost controller requires 12-volt and the what do you call it? The output from the ECU, which we have both of them. We got intake air temp that requires the sensor input and sensor ground. The VVT solenoid requires 12-volt and the output from the ECU. And throttle position sensor requires the input to the ECU, 5-volt and sensor ground. So we have 3 sensor ground wires up here already because the Max ECU already branches a couple of them out for you. Yeah, it closed back in 2017. Never made it out there, unfortunately. What is your favorite part to work on building a project car? My favorite part is building the turbo manifold, or I've grown to enjoy making cool intake manifolds as well. They can be a little more frustrating, but I like making cool turbo kits, turbo manifolds. That is probably my favorite part. Yeah. Yep. So, Max ECU provides you with a shielded wire for your crank, cam, and lambda sensor. So this has the sensor wire and a signal ground integrated into it. Meant okay. Who machined the runners? We had it done by a service called Xometry. Okay, so I gotta start sorting this stuff out, and I gotta double check. Okay. Max ECU Street. Quick start. Instructions. That's normally what I look at. If I still have my little card, I would be looking at that. And then we hop over to, here we go. That's what I'm looking for. So they have like this nice little card that they send with their ECUs. See if I can find one that's decent resolution. Yeah, here we go. Yep, perfect. All right, so Max ECU sends these nice little cards along with their ECUs. Oh, sleeper dude, you're so blessed that your whole family works on the cars with you. Yeah, that is really cool. All right, let me see if I can find a good version of this and I'll show it to you guys. Problem is, most of them are such low resolution. Steve Nichols. Hey, I know that guy. Excuse me. All right. Having trouble finding a good resolution version. What I'm looking for. Ooh. Okay. Open image. Yeah, this is not great, but yeah, okay, this is not great, but basically they send you this they normally send this card and this shielded wire here that's labeled home/cam. It has a white wire and a brown wire. The white wire is your signal wire, and the brown wire is your signal ground, and it's already run to the appropriate location on the ECU plug, and yeah, saves you a bunch of time. They also have a integrated O2 wideband O2 sensor, and they have a nice little sketch of how you're supposed to hook that up. Yeah, they make making harnesses super easy. So you have to provide the 12 volt or 5 volt power wire independently of this shielded wire pair. So you have to make sure that you run that wire somewhere in your harness. Luckily, they did that for us. So we are going to take advantage of that. And okay, so what we need to do is we need to figure out how many wires we need to splice into the 5 volt sensor and the sensor ground in order to measure the sensors that we want to measure. And yeah, so basically for your sensors, you're either going to need 5 volt and sensor ground, or you may just need sensor ground. So you can usually just splice a wire and have it, basically splice it and then make it go 2 places, make like a little fork in the road for the wire and send it both places. You don't have to get too crazy with it. Most sensors are very high impedance, meaning they do not draw a ton of current, so you don't need to be worried about too much current draw through that little tiny wire. In general, you're good to go there. So I used to wire skiless and towers, so this is super interesting to me. Well, I'm glad. Yeah, it's like there's 93 others in here that hopefully are finding this interesting as well. All right, so let's start pairing these off. And what I like to do is I like to use a label maker to help me to keep track of what I'm doing. Because I have bad handwriting, and this is a helpful tool to be able to actually read what I wrote. All right, so let me go grab a extension cord so that I can power my label maker. Okay. All right. All right. What's the fastest you've gone with a Chinese turbo? Let me think about that. My dad has been faster than I have. Because my quickest pass was with a American-made turbo, a Bullseye turbo. Big thanks to those guys. My dad has been 885 at 154 miles per hour, I believe, with a VS Racing 8082. Actually, was that what the 8888? That might have been an 8888. Is that a wire label maker? It can do the print onto shrink sleeve if you want. Yeah, so it is a you can if that's what you're talking about. Which I do have the little cartridges that have the you can print right on the shrink sleeve, which I was going to show that off later. The fastest I have gone with a Chinese turbo. Trying to think. It was probably in this. I went 908 at 151 miles per hour with twin Amazon 7875s cast wheel. Trying to think if I ever went faster with any other Chinese turbos. Because the Sunbird, I went 906, but that was with a Borg Warner turbo off a truck that we swapped a cast 80 millimeter wheel on. I'm pretty sure it was this car. And that was 6 years ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was this car. VVT. Print. Alright, so we're going to start printing off labels to help me to keep track of what the wires are going to be. So I got my VVT label. That is going to the VVT solenoid. So I'm going to take my two wires that I need for that, which is a 12 volt and then the output from the ECU. Turning this into a how-to for Max ECU section. There you go. Yeah, I don't know if my method of doing stuff is maybe the recommended method, but it works, so sounds good to me. All right. So we're going to use these two wires. So Alright, it has started to rain outside. Is that Ralphie? I don't know. What is the quickest you've gone with a Chinese turbo, sleeper dude? I'd like to know. Okay. Yep. Hard to argue with your method when you're turning nines all day. Sure. Sounds good. All right. So next we're going to do camp. So I'm going to grab another label, cam. This helps you to stay organized as well, because you just tape all the wires, and you kind of like assigning those wires to the purpose that you would like them to be. So, wow, works. So for cam sensor, we need 12 volt sensor ground and the sensor wire itself, which again is integrated into the shielded pair that Max ECU provides. So it looks like 2 wires, but it's actually 3. Well, there's those 2. And then, all right, so next we have boost controller, which is going to be another 12 volt. So I do not have a 12 volt wire up here, but I could run one. So for now, I guess I'll run the 12 volt wire. So Max ECU is nice enough to give you a whole bunch of extra wires here that are a good length. So, and they don't really have a good color. Like they use 12 volt wires are red, 5 volt wires are also the same shade of red. So that is one thing that's kind of annoying. They don't really have like on a factory GM harness, pink would be 12 volts, but gray would be 5 volt. So you can distinguish the two, but on Max ECU, they're both the same color. I guess they just think that power is power. Who gives a crap if it's 5 or 12? You figure it out. So, yeah. So we're going to take one of these wires, run it up to where it needs to go. Uh, 6.5 at 111 in the 8th with a GT45 eBay turbo on a 4.8 liter LS in a 85 LTD wagon. Okay. We've also used a GT45. They're a pretty okay turbo. I don't recommend them to almost anybody because there's a lot of better choices out there for just a little bit more money. And by a little bit, I mean just a little bit, but you know, you can make them work. I actually went my very first 9-second pass with a GT45. And that's a quarter mile. Yeah. All right. So we are running our 12-volt wire for our boost controller. I like to keep all the 12-volt wires separated because I like to have independent fuses for them so that if a fuse blows, I can actually tell what went wrong. You know, like, oh, it's the cam sensor, or oh, it's the boost controller, or, you know, oh, it's the VVT solenoid. So you can actually like diagnose problems quickly. But you do you. I'm not going to judge. Some people just tie them all together and it's just this is the 12 volt for the engine. 5.9 at 120 with an twin IH DT 466 turbos on a 6-liter in a LS in a Toyota Starlet. Very cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. But the car ran 5.3 at 133 after I sold it. Wow. That's getting it. That is getting it. I don't even know what my quickest 1/8 mile is. Because we typically do 1/4 mile racing, so yeah. All right. I made my first 11-second pass with a China GT 3582 on my 4.2 in the 62 Ranchero. Very cool. Yep, GT 3582s are fun turbos. They spool very quickly. Yeah, my dad's Nova on the dyno, it would hit 19 pounds of boost before your foot hit the floor. It was spicy. And I'm talking about the gas pedal. Yes, before the gas pedal went wide open, it was making 19 pounds of boost. Them little starlets are scary. Yeah, they can be. I've definitely gained a whole lot more appreciation for longer wheelbase cars after our unfortunate incident a few years ago. I probably wouldn't want to go that fast in something that small and short. But, you know, lots of people do it, and they go real fast. So, you know, good on them. What is the best budget turbo for the money in your opinion? Depends. I mean, it depends on your power goals, obviously. I mean, the 7875 probably. That's kind of a cheap answer, I guess. Yeah, 7875 from, I like the ones from VS Racing. That are the G42. I really like the V-band housings these days, but you can get the 7875s for like next to nothing. And they're a lot better than the GT45. So I'm just feeding this wire up through the little bits of tape that we've put on the harness. is what I'm doing here. Probably answered this, but what are the goals with the 5-cylinder power and ET wise? I want to make 600 wheel horsepower. As far as ET, if it goes nines, I'm cool with it. You know, 9 anything, I think it should do that super easily. I'm more like looking for cool noises, burnouts and ice cream kind of thing than really any ET goals. So, yeah. HX35/40 is also a cheap option, just heavy. Yeah, they're not very big either. Yeah, I would go with a 7875 on just about anything. And they work great on 4200s, they work great on LSs. They're just, yeah. Not much has changed over the years as far as that goes. Like the budget turbo, you know, the best budget turbo out there has been the 7875 for a long, long time. I say long, long time. It's been like probably the past 10 years. I appreciate the question, Sleeper Dude. You're really adding some interesting topics of discussion to the live stream. Okay. So now we got our boost controller, we got our cam, we got our VVT solenoid. Okay. Now we're going to do a coolant pressure sensor. We got our intake air temperature sensor, and we got a throttle position sensor. So we got enough sensor grounds for all of them, but we need to split off our 5-volt sensor supply. So we are going to use more of our red wires. So I'm just going to take one, and then I'm going to split it down the middle, because we don't need a full length one. So I'm just going to take this wire and I'm going to just cut it in half. Then we will splice in to our 5-volt sensor supply. You should put a 5-cylinder in a 1970 Opel Kadett Rally. That would be cool. That would be very cool. Yeah, I've always wanted an Opel Kadett, but they're kind of small, and I probably wouldn't fit. You know, and when I say I wouldn't fit, I mean I wouldn't fit comfortably. Like I don't know. I'm to the point where it's like I want to fit comfortably. I just, you know, I want to drive my stuff, and if it's like yeah, but I gotta squeeze myself in there, and it's kind of a pain. Like, if you're making excuses to take your car for a drive, then you picked the wrong car, in my opinion. Have you seen better spool with the 7875 versus a GT45? Heck yeah. Big difference. GT45s, they are a bear to get spooled sometimes. Like, whew. Yeah, we went from well, my dad's Camaro. We had a 4.8 liter with a GT45, and we swapped it to a S475 with the 75 millimeter turbine. So we went to a 75/75, and that thing lit up so much faster. It was a big difference. Yeah, that took the car from 9, I think it was going 980s with the GT45, and we got it down into the 940s. I think at the same boost, just by doing that turbo swap. So, yeah. A Calvin versus Sleeper Dude drag race video. Yeah, that could be fun. I don't know. I'll admit I need to watch more of Mr. Sleeper Dude's videos. There's just so many content creators out there, and um, yeah, I need to watch more of them. See if there's a pairing that would make sense. But could be fun. Who knows? I mean, Atlas working on making the P10 boostable. You involved in that development? I am not involved, but I fully support it because I like the P10. It's a good little ECU. And where'd my solder go? There's my solder. Yeah, it sounds like Mr. Sleeper Dude has some pretty quick cars, a bit quicker than anything we've ever built. 530s in the 8th is no joke, so not sure we could keep up with them. Yeah, I hope that they're able to get the P10 workable for boost, because it would be a really good solution for the 7-tooth guys, I think. Which of your ongoing builds are you most excited to get finished? Probably the red Camaro, because I think we're doing a lot of cool stuff on that one. I'm really excited to see how the 8 HP holds power. And frankly, I'm excited to be able to push the envelope in the Sick Week Freaks class, because, you know, yeah, I'm proud of our win at Six Summer, but there were some people that didn't show up that were faster than us, and they had issues getting their car ready. And I realized that is one very important part of doing one of these races, is actually showing up. But if they do show up next time, they're going to beat us. And I am looking forward to having a car that can keep up with them legitimately. So, yeah. Last time I spent that much time in a camping chair, it was nighttime, there was a fire, and I drank a whole bottle of whiskey. Whew! That sounds like a spicy evening. Sleeper Dude can have a field car running 10s using parts out of the parts pile. Yeah. Yeah, didn't Sleeper Dude, he bought Steve Mignonte's old Fairmont, didn't he? Um I saw that video. That was super cool. Uh, Red car should improve your 60-foot by a bunch. Yes, that is the hope. That would be cool. Um, okay, I did something I didn't need to, which is fine. Because I don't need 5 volt for my air temperature sensor. I only need sensor ground. So I accidentally ran another. Yeah, okay, you did buy Steve Mignonte's. Yeah, that thing's so cool. I'm excited to see what you do with it. Or maybe you've already done something with it. I'm sorry. I'm embarrassing myself. Heck, his kids could build a car he raises Calvin with. There you go. Yeah, they'd probably spank me. Who's the turbo master in here to send specs to? Brand new whole set. HE 400 UG. Not sure what to do with it. I don't know anything about that. Maybe somebody else can help. A whole set HE 400 UG. Artless Gem. Sleeper Dude is here, and so am I. I'm not a big YouTuber. Well, happy to have you here. I have not raced at a track yet. It has no safety equipment, just wheelies in the driveway. Yeah, that's what I saw. That was really cool. Yeah, I like Steve. It's really sad what happened to the health issues that he's been having. That's been really sad to see. All right, throttle position sensor. TPS print. They said hi, Pops. Mad props, Sleeper Dude for family cars and helping Steve Mignonte. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah. All right. What's Pops working on? Well, Pops just got out of his 8th conference call for today, so I am about to sand sheet metal and get primer on it, and then I'm gonna put an engine into the Studebaker, and then I've got to get a drive shaft. Well, I've got to pull the rear apart, put a new center section in, and get a drive shaft measurement. So that's tonight. Yeah, taking advantage of being able to slip in a few minutes here and a few minutes there in between conference calls. Yep. Well, you gonna do a Q&A? You want me to join tonight? Yeah. Um. I mean, yeah. Depends when you want it. Yeah. I mean, anytime you want to do it. I mean, I've kind of been doing that this whole time, just while I'm making the wiring harness. Yeah. What do you got? Okay. Kids versus Calvin in Sleeper Dude's yard. So speed not too fast for kids. And the kids will smoke you. I think they'd smoke me no matter what.
What kids?
Sleeper dude's kids.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. He's it's Sleeper Dude. Are you familiar with Sleeper Dude?
I am not.
He bought Steve Mignonte's Fairmont with
Oh,
the
that thing's
the
cool.
altered wheelbase.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's another YouTuber, and
Well, I tell you what, I'd love to just meet Steve in person. He's one of my all-time favorites, and
Yep.
oh, I was absolutely saddened when he got ill.
you know,
It's he's back on, and he's making short videos right now, trying to regain some ground, and it's nice to see him every day. I make a point of putting on his videos. Hopefully, he can rebuild the momentum that he had before. But you can tell that even those short videos are taking a lot of energy out of him.
you know, yeah. So, yeah, Sleeper Dude. He's a big time Fairmont guy. He did a twin turbo big block Chevy. I believe it was a Fairmont Futura. It was red, and trying to remember, did he do a drag and drive with that? I will admit, it's hard to keep up with everybody. There's so many YouTubers.
All right, you
but-
got the ignition control system, but come on, what's wrong with my shirt? There's at least 4 more
Yeah.
adventures out here with this thing. Then it's garbage. I'm not quite done with it yet.
Yeah, free shirts are free shirts. They were giving those away at PRI a couple
I'm
years
having a
ago.
bigger issue with my shorts than my shirt. Who's smoking us? Bring it on. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, he does a lot of videos with his kids and stuff. It's pretty cool.
That's cool. I do videos with my kids too.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you do videos
Yeah,
with your
but
old
we're
man.
big and gross. His kids are still young and, you know. Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna get to work, so let me know when you want to have your Q&A, and I want to get paint on this thing.
Okay.
I've gotten everything done inside. I gotta clean it all, vacuum it. So,
Okay.
see you in a few.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Lucky dude. What are you guys going to use for ignition control on Pop's big block? So we are going to use a distributor from a like 80s or 90s TBI style, like a small block Chevy or the big block Chevys that were offered. The reason that we are doing that is because we need ignition control. So they are hooked up with a some sort of like trigger wheel or whatever. So we should be able to hook that into the Max ECU. We're going to use a Max ECU Mini to take in the mag pickup, and then we will output to the MSD box on the white wire, which is usually used for like points style ignition, to trigger the ignition coil. And it will just be like a distributor with computer controlled ignition. So with the 8 HP transmission, we need some way to talk to it. That's what the Max ECU is going to be there for. And we need to be able to retard the timing on the shift. So yeah, that's what we're going to do there. Yeah. Yeah, go check out Sleeper Dude, guys. Yep, he does a lot of neat stuff. How do you get 5 spark from a 8-cylinder distributor? Okay, so we were talking about my dad's big block Chevy. For this car, we're going to do coil on plug. So yeah, that's we are not using a distributor on this build. We were talking about my dad's big block Chevy. Why not use a crank trigger? Um, mainly for like expense. I mean, I was thinking about using a Holley dual sync. I mean, a crank trigger. I suppose it would be more accurate ignition timing. But you're still going to have to run a distributor. You know, with a drag and drive car, you're going to if you throw a belt, you could have issues with that crank trigger. I was looking for something that was more just easy to plug and play and not really have to do any weird stuff, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's why. Um, I don't know. I just was looking for cheap, simple, easy, that kind of thing. We really aren't going to be making enough horsepower to be running anything crazy like coil on plug or anything like that. I mean, I don't think we're allowed to run coil on plug with the class that he's running, because if they saw coil on plug in a gasser class, they're probably going to be like, that isn't very traditional. You should be running a distributor, which I know you could say that about the 8 HP, but they don't talk about the 8 HP anywhere in the rules. They pretty much allow you to run whatever you want for transmission. So. Okay. Steal a Colorado ignition. Not sure what you're talking about there. All right. You might be able to get away with coil on plug for the gasser class. I'd have to reread the rules. Okay, so we have okay, so at the rear of the engine, we have 12 volts. We have the heater output from the ECU, and we have the lambda shielded wire. Those all go together. The lambda shielded wire has 4 wires in there that all go to the O2 sensor. So I'm going to label that with my label maker just to keep those separated. Here I go again, singing songs. Almost done. No. We are making good progress, though. He has goats that eat sausages and drink RC Cola. It's a car wrenching channel, but funny and fun. The whole family wrenches. Middle girl, almost artist. They have it all. That's cool. Yeah, I'm embarrassed. I should watch his channel. It's just there's so much content on YouTube. Um it's so hard to keep up with everybody, especially when you're trying to grow your own YouTube channel and it's just hard. So, yeah, I'm embarrassing myself. Yes, just saying, very cool channel, will not disappoint. All right. Yeah, I'll check it out. I mean, I have seen some of his videos. It's just so hard to keep up with them. All right. All right. Coolant, temp, sensor. We need sensor ground for that guy. Analog in. That's going to be oil pressure. And then what was the other? There's a guy in Africa that makes a DIY kit. He made his own ECU. Okay, cool. All right. I don't remember what that was for. Oil pressure, we have coolant temp, we have, what was the other thing? Because fuel pressure's over here. Oh, back pressure, that's what it was. Alright, so we need to split off a few more wires for our 5-volt sensor supply so that we can get back pressure, we can get oil pressure, and we can get coolant temp. But coolant temp doesn't need 5-volt, it just needs a sensor ground. But we do need a 5-volt for the other side for fuel pressure. Is there anything else? Digital in, analog in temp. So those all need sensor ground. All right, so we do need a digital input for our flex fuel sensor that I forgot about. So do we have one? All right, it is 4 p.m. Holy crap. Time flies when you're having fun, right? So, problem is you can't reassign the analog ins for a digital, like a frequency type input, because they don't have the quick switching capability, I guess. So, let me think. What's a good way to handle that? I think I would rather have input shaft speed into the transmission than output shaft speed, because yeah, I think I would rather have input shaft speed. So we are going to sacrifice output shaft speed for our flex fuel sensor. That is what wiring is all about. Figuring out what you're doing and why. I like having an input shaft speed sensor because it can indicate if the transmission is slipping. Because you don't know where the slip is. It could be in the torque converter or it could be in the transmission itself. If it's in the transmission itself, that means you got to fix the transmission. If it's just the torque converter, well, you might have to fix that too, but you can at least see where the problem is instead of guessing where the problem is. You can know where the problem is. And since the 4L80E comes equipped with a input shaft speed sensor, I want to use it. Just my 2 cents. So, fortunately, we had to give up output shaft. But we can usually punch in our time slip and we'll get a pretty good idea of what kind of speed we're pulling there. Or, yeah, I guess you could calculate it using the gear ratios, get an idea. Yeah, I'd rather have input. So, what's for dinner tonight? I don't know. I haven't figured that one out. I know we have some leftover pizza from last night. Maybe I'll have that. Okay. Analog in 1 temp is going to be our transmission temp. Digital in 1 is going to be input shaft speed sensor. So for that one, we only need sensor. We need sensor ground for both of them. We have fuel pressure that needs a sensor ground. We have oil pressure that needs sensor ground. We have coolant temp sensor that needs a sensor ground. And we have exhaust back pressure that needs a sensor ground. So we need 6 sensor grounds. What transmission is / was in the Ford before? It's had a few. It started out life with a Ford 200 inline 6 with a C5 transmission. Then we put a 6-liter twin turbo LS in it with a turbo 400. And then we put the turbo Vortec 4200 with that same turbo 400. Then we put a 4L80E in it. And then we put a turbo 400 back in it. And then we put a 4L80E in it. And it's had a 4L80E since then. So, yeah. Okay, so we need 6 sensor grounds to get spliced off. I have one 5-volt supply wire here, which I just ran it right back from the front because I made that extra one. So we have analog in 1 temp. We do not need 5-volt for that one. We do not need one for the input shaft speed sensor. We do need one for the fuel pressure. So we need one. We need one for oil pressure, one for back pressure, so that's a total of 3. And we do not need one for coolant temp. So we need 3 5-volt, which we already have one. Which one? Analog in temp. Okay, so we need 2 5-volt in addition to what we already have. And 6 sensor ground. Okay. We got there, guys. We got there. Okay, So we're going to take another one of our nice little red handy dandy wires that MaxCCU very nicely gave to us. And we're going to take a couple of these brown wires, which will now become our sensor grounds. Yeah. Wiring is one of those jobs. I kind of hate it. I'm going to be honest. It just takes forever, and it feels like you're not getting anything done when you're doing it, but it's really satisfying when it's done and it works. So it's one of those jobs that I have a love-hate relationship with. It's like I love it when it's done, but I hate it while I'm doing it because it feels like you're not getting anything done. Sleeper dude. Not too long. Sleeper dude, not too long ago, became a full-time YouTuber. His channel is growing. It will be a giant one with over 1 million subs if he collaborates so new people will see it. Yes. Oh, whoops! I just spilled my crimps. Yeah, he's definitely doing very, very well. I'm happy for him. C5 is a 3 or 4 speed. I believe they are a 3 speed. It's like a C5's a 3 speed, right? That's not listening. He's got his earplugs in. Yeah, it's like the big brother to the, or it's basically a C4, but with a little more heft, a little more beef. C5, yeah, it's just, I'm pretty sure it's just 3 speed. I'll be taking a short break to watch part 2 of Cletus's Cheap Car Challenge. I'll check back in a bit. No worries. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, so we need to find our 5-volt supply wire. We need to splice into it. Cut it. Splice into it. Excuse me. Yeah, it's pretty rare that I get to use a drop-on harness these days. Keep doing these weird engine swaps. It's nice when you can use a drop-on harness. Like LSX Specialties he makes such nice stuff. If you guys are looking for like a really nice high quality LS engine harness, go check out LSX Specialties. This stuff is like literally art. Rob Dom rewired his whole car in 1 week. He's not normal. IQ way off the charts. Yeah, I've met him. He's really cool. But he also does wiring to a way higher level than what I do. He does that like concentric twist stuff, and I refuse to get into that because I'm not trying to go to space. We'll say to space. Now, you guys don't think we went to the moon, but at least you could maybe say we went to space. Maybe. Yeah, earlier, for context, for people who may have just joined, um, earlier I said we're not trying to go to the moon, and everybody was like, well, some people were like, well, we didn't go to the moon. I was like, oh boy, here we go. Here we go. Come on, buddy. All right, fine. You want to be like that? You want to be like that? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Fine. Not even mad. Not mad. Oddball engines like Richard Holder labels the other guys. There you go. Yeah. He's a cool dude. I've talked to him on the phone before. He's cool. His Big Bang series on the 4.8 is like one of the larger influences on me. Because I was a magazine kid growing up. My dad always had magazines. And that was the one that was like, whoa, totally stock engine, 1200 horsepower? Dang. Yep, yep, yep. Alright. Okay, so we got our 5-volt sensor wires spliced out. So next we need to do our sensor grounds. Okay. Yep. He bought $60,000 of wiring parts, connectors, and wires, and wiring block to rewire his 4-rotor car. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how expensive that stuff can get. Which, it's very admirable. I admire people that have that level of discipline. He is one of my favorite YouTubers. So, yeah. It's really cool to meet him because he was at PRI 2 years ago, I believe. And walked up to him. He was a totally normal dude. He was at the Garrett booth. Totally normal dude. Um, Super cool. Let me get a picture with him. And I was just like, I'm sorry, I got a fanboy on you. Um, you know, so yeah. His Pikes Peak stuff is so cool. His refusal to give up is super admirable. Black, have you seen a clutch plus TH400 teardown and rebuild? I assume you're talking about the clutch hydro setups where they put a clutch in front of a turbo 400. A friend of ours used to have one, but I've never actually seen one torn down or anything. Alright, so there's 3 sensor ground wires running forward. I'm going to splice 2, 2, and 2 into each one just to spread the load out a little bit. That way we're not putting a ton of load all on one 18 gauge wire. You know, typically sensors, you don't have to really worry about that a whole lot. But I don't know. I'm probably just being a little extra cautious for no reason. He used to write software. Yep. Yep, Rob used to be a software guy. Gave it all up to be a YouTuber. That's super cool. That's super duper cool. It's cool that he was a host on man, I'm really just it's cool that he's a host on Top Gear and all that stuff too. He's definitely a representative for the younger hot rodder. That is pretty cool. Don't get me wrong, I love David Freiberger, Finnegan, and those folks too. But they definitely don't really understand the younger crowd, or so it would seem. You know, it's yeah. I'll just leave it there. Do we know what a stock block 5-cylinder will hold? Nope, but I would think it would be good for 500 wheel horsepower pretty easily. Hear about Ford's electric truck run at Pikes Peak. Set some records. No. I'll be honest, the electric stuff doesn't really do it for me. Which maybe makes me an old man. Maybe someday the young kids will be like, you don't understand me. This electric stuff is the future. That's how time marches on. All right. So all right. Got two more sensor grounds to splice in. Then we will be done with splices, I believe. And that will be nice because, yep. Then we can start putting some sheathing around the wires. I've got a mix of a 1950 coupe with a 216, Hyundai 4-cylinder Yukon with 6.2, and have had two different EVs. Each has its place. Sure. I still like an internal combustion engine. You ever going to look at the LV3, LV1? I've been asked that about probably 15 times these past couple days, which is fine. I'm okay with that. I used to own one, but I'm not sure. We might do one someday. I do like that they are a split pin style V6, so they are even fire. Yeah, maybe. It would be cool to do a, I mean, it's already been done, but a Cyclone or a Grand National, you know, try and do a, like a turbo V6 type build, kind of emulate the older school stuff. What is your opinion on VVT in the LV3 as far as horsepower and reliability? Delete it or keep it? I would keep it. If you're keeping the stock cam, I would definitely keep it. But for aftermarket cams, I mean, to be honest, we did some experimenting with the VVT in my Studebaker. I forget how much horsepower it was worth. Yeah. No. In my Studebaker with the Gen 5 engine.
Oh, it was surprisingly low.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was like 20. Yeah, it was like 20 horsepower. It was surprisingly low. and it didn't really seem to like different things with boost, if I remember right.
You know, didn't give it a full
Yeah.
effort, but it was surprising.
Yeah. So
Atlas is what
yeah, the Atlas made a huge difference. Yeah. Mountains Garage. Yeah, I like him. He's I really like his channel. He's very direct, and I like that. I want to swap an Atlas into my project car, but I feel the 4200 is just too tall for my car. 5-cylinder would work better. Just curious if anyone has pushed a stock block past the breaking point. I mean, if you're talking about the block, like just the block itself, I bet it would go to crazy numbers. But if you're talking about stock bottom end, like totally stock internals and everything, then I think 500 wheel horsepower would be a good stopping point. Beyond that, you might start to have issues. I mean, it depends on cams, because if you can get a more cam in it, then you can RPM it, and then you can make more horsepower. But that's we gotta work on cams yet, because there aren't any available at the moment. I'm waiting for this driveway burnout. I'm working on it. I'm working on it, guys. It's coming. It's coming. Gotta wire it up before you can fire it up. Turbo LV3 set to replace my Astrovan old 4.3 liter. Yeah, that could be a tight fit. I know the exhaust ports are quite high on those engines, which is good for performance, not so good for packaging in that particular chassis. Okay. Oop, I shut my torch off without melting the shrink sleeve. Where are we at? I think I missed it. Ford is using what it learned. Ford is using what it learned to apply to F1 next year. Okay, I didn't know Ford participated in F1. Maybe I've been living under a rock. Hybrid / Cosworth F1 platform. Okay, very cool. That sounds like fun. Okay, we need to get a torch. I have an 88 Conquest and want to do something way off the beaten path as far as the engine. Everyone does the usual JZ, LS, 50, or 4G63. Well, you can't get a whole lot more off the beaten path than some 5-cylinder that GM stuck into some truck a bunch of years ago. And there's not a whole lot of people doing stuff with them. So you could do a 5-cylinder. You could do Vortec 4200, which is becoming a little bit more popular these days. I still wouldn't say it's mainstream, but it's getting there. But yeah, lots of good choices with the Atlas platform. Torch at crotch is not OSHA approved. Well, what's that meme? The time to do some sketchy stuff, dude. Is that what it is? No. Hope we get it. No, it's man, I'm bad at this. Somebody will get it. They'll get it in the comments. I know they will. It's that funny. 3500 would be awesome in a conquest. Yes, it would. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. If you can't beat the big dogs with the V8, then this is probably acceptable. There you go. Everybody relax. Oh, I remember. Yeah, we live in a world of OSHA violations. Come with me, and you'll see a world of OSHA violations, or whatever that is. You know what I'm saying. You know. You know. Yeah, world of OSHA violations. Yeah, now you know. You know. You know. I want to do the 4200, but the cross member in the Conquest is the problem. I guess I could buy a junkyard motor and just take pan and valve cover off and see if it would fit. I just don't want to. Okay. Nobody's forcing you. It's all good. It would be cool though. It would be cool. All right. All right, all right. All right. Yeah, there you go. It's probably not a good sign if you're singing that in your head as you're clocking into work. That's probably not a good sign. Uh, would you be able to reproduce either the intake and exhaust manifold and sell them? Probably not. You could go and build your own if you go to mwsteel.eu and look for their dual plenum intake manifold kit. It's M as in Mary, EW Steel, mwsteel.eu. Yeah, people ask me to build parts for them all the time. It's just like, I don't have the time or the desire. It's just, hey, sorry. Okay, fuel pressure. Fuel pressure. FP. Nope, 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 nope. FP. Print. Hack my firewall up. There you go. How about a JC51 Ford engine? I do not know what that is. Just hooked it up with Red Bull, OSHA. Yep, there you go. Stupid. Anderson, only one racer using it. V8, half of a V8. Sounds expensive. Huh? Sure. Yeah, Ford is usually expensive. But they made some pretty cool engines. So, you know, it's a give and take. Alright, so I should have my crank sensor going off to the other side of the engine. So we're going to fish it back. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. Sounds expensive. Yep, 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 yep. Yep. Alright. Okay, so need a 5-volt. That guy, or no? Somebody. Message. They said that a 2009 3.7 liter Atlas. Cool. Alright, I moved that person to shirt. Perfect. That's what I'm looking for right there. So it is a 12-volt crank position sensor. Alright, So we're gonna need a 12 volt for that guy. Which is cool. It's cool. Alright. Starting to get a little messy, but that's okay. Where are we? Well, you can see the video on Drag Boss Garage about it. Darren Morgan helped in designing it. 3-hour video. Okay, cool. I was looking at a EcoBoost for a minute, but want that engine. Okay, so you're looking at an EcoBoost. All right, that would be cool. Really hope you get enough support on your channel to keep doing the great stuff you do. Well, I appreciate that. How about a street Jeep Cyclone or Blazer with a old flat fender Jeep body powered by one of those 5 cylinders you're making? That could be cool. They're definitely pushing the boundaries on the safety side of things, but you know, there's that old Jeep that used to be on 1320 video all the time, and sketch factors definitely up there, but you know. CLT. Ooh. CLT. Print. Okay. Conquest in 70s had glowing hot turbos, really straight lines on the Chrysler Conquest. Yeah, they're a neat car. So coolant temp sensor is sensor wire and sensor ground. It's only a 2-wire sensor. Right, so we got that one. Then we got our main ground wires for the ignition coils and the ECU. I want to see you design a type of DF Goblin, but using North Star parts. That would be neat. That would definitely be neat. Okay, so we need, this is oil pressure. OP, overpowered. OP, print. This is the part where the wiring becomes a lot easier because you have taken it from a whole bunch of wires that are going everywhere, and you've condensed it down to a bunch of wires that are organized, and you generally have an idea of where they're going. You got the right wires in the right places, and then from here, it's literally just terminating the ends, and it's a lot more manageable. Before this, it's just like, oh, there's so many wires. What do I do? And this is exhaust back pressure. I get why it's overwhelming to some people. But you just take it 1 wire at a time. Sometimes 6 wires at a time. 1 wire at a time. Only 10 blocks were in the wild. Never was mass produced. Block is a special material, hard to pour block. Okay. Yeah, that's that sounds like it would be very affordable. Caterpillar did the foundry work. Okay. Neat. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. We'll make it work. Yeah, short wheelbase is sketch. I had a stick shift big cam 4.8 liter in a 89 Wrangler lifted on 33s. It was a riot, but over 100 miles per hour, very sketch. I bet. Solid front axles tend to get sketchy anyways. Yeah, they tend to do that death wobble thing. Little sketchy. Just a little. Just a little. Alright, we need to splice off one more red wire for the crank sensor, because apparently it is a 12 volt reference, not a 5 volt reference. So I'm going to share the 12 volt wire for that with the cam sensor, because I figure if you lose one, you lose the other. You know, it's like if you lose one, the engine's going to shut off. If you lose the other, the engine's going to shut off. So, yeah, we're going to just splice off of the 12 volt wire for that. Yeah. About that Audi power, 7-second garage, Constantine Deneuve sets a new PB and the all-wheel drive Audi quarter-mile world record in his first run of the weekend, 671 at 213. That inline 5 rocks. Wow, that's very spacey, meatball. All right, where did that wire go? Had it a second ago. That's 12 volts for the injectors, 12 volts for lambda. Yep, yep, found it. Okay. So we're going to splice into this wire. Doink. All right, this should be the last splice, hopefully. All right. Then start terminating. Terminator. And I can show you how I do my sheathing as well. Yep. Where'd my crimpers go? They're down here. Oh, the 3800 family 4.1. Okay. Didn't know they did a 4.1. Buick V6s are pretty stout. What I hear? All right. Cool. All right, want to do that Q&A session, Dad? Or are you still working on stuff? You guys want to start queuing up questions in the comments? Yeah. We'll do a Q&A session, and then I think this might be a good place to stop the stream after we do our little Q&A. I'm going to keep working, but I think we've gotten to the part of build or the harness where basically we just got to terminate wires and put pins in the right place. Why have you not used specifically FuelTech, Motec, Haltech? FuelTech doesn't seem like it's very capable to me for the type of stuff that I want to do. Haltech, pretty much the same reason. And then Motec, way too expensive. Way too expensive. Also not Link ECU. We're going to use a Link ECU on the North Star project most likely. Although I've also been thinking about using the Link ECU on the VK56 project. But I haven't really decided which one I want to use it on. So we do have a Link ECU that we are looking to use very soon. R-A-N-S. What are the goals of each the North Star project and the VK56? The VK56, I hope we can make, I don't know, I would hope we could make anything over like 700 wheel horsepower or so. So it's just, the goal is to just run it stock and see what it'll do. The North Star, I would like to make anything over 600 wheel horsepower. That would make me happy. And I think, sorry, I think I need 700 to get the 57 into the 8s. So we might try to stretch its legs just a little bit more. But we will see what makes sense. How do you get your bass tune going and get it optimized? So normally depends what ECU I'm using, but a lot of times I will copy some of the settings from I'll either like take a Sloppy Mechanics bass tune and maybe make a few tweaks based off of that, or I'll start with something that somebody has already done. A lot of times, some ECUs like have like a bass tune builder kind of thing. I basically just page through every single option in the ECU and try to put in stuff that makes sense. Your goal is to not have it do anything unpredictable or, that kind of thing. So normally I'll grab like a bass tune from like the Sloppy Mechanics wiki or something of that sort, and then I will work from there, page through every single table in the ECU, and figure out what I need, what I don't need, get the I/O configured right, that kind of thing. Then, ideally, you can take it to a dyno. But if you can't, you would, first step is to get it running. Next step is to get it to idle. You may have to adjust a lot of things. I know Holley actually has some pretty decent resources on how to get their products to idle right. If you look at their YouTube channel, they have some videos on there about that, like what kind of idle air percentage on the valve that it should be when it's hot, when it's idling. You basically want to just start it up and idle it a whole bunch of times until you have it so that it can run and maybe even drive. Then you need to start to, tune the fuel map. You're going to drive it around, hopefully, or drive it on the dyno. And you're going to try and get it, ideally, I put like safe ignition timing numbers in it. Like I might take like a tune off of the Sloppy Mechanics wiki again, and then take the entire timing map up in boost and just subtract a couple degrees of timing out of it. And then you're going to drive it around and you're going to try and get to all the areas of the fuel map and try to fill them in with values that produce a good number on your O2 sensor. And then you can gradually get more and more into, some more boost or wide open throttle stuff, but it's a very gradual process. But the key is to get it to run and idle right first. So, yeah, that was kind of a long question to answer. All right. Then on the dyno, you're going to be playing with all kinds of stuff and be like trying to, see what picks up power, see what loses power, see what, that kind of stuff. All right, it seems you need more proper investigation into Fuel Tech. They certainly have every aspect you need and more with their design. Unite. And for a lower cost too. Yeah, I've not been impressed by what I've seen in their software. I should probably try one at some point. But, the fact that you have to like use nitrous control to control your dump valves in your transmission and stuff like that, the fact that they don't have, we talked about this the other day. I probably should do some more. It might have been earlier today. Yeah, until you actually use an ECU, you really don't have a great sense of what it can do and what it can't do. But for me, I just want to make it work. I don't want to call tech support like 4,800 times to make it work. So if I can't figure it out in the tuning software, I can't figure out how to make it do what I want to do, and I can't find an instruction manual that will instruct me how to do it, and I have to call your tech support a million times. That's just annoying to me. So I don't want to call your tech support. If I'm having to call your tech support, something has gone very wrong. So that is just my 2 cents there. Oh, I forgot about the idle valve. All right. NASCAR got great horsepower from a 4.5 liter at 500 or more. Very cool. An FT 450 or 550 certainly would suffice within any of your vehicle's engines thus far. Okay. Newton, we had a huge discussion on ECUs and we went over all the brands. Yep. He likes his Max ECU. I do. The FT600 has more outputs than you have used thus far. I would beg to differ. You should have seen my Studebaker. I had so many inputs. You should see our Camaro. There are so many sensors on that car. Did you discuss Fuel Tech, FT ECUs, or just eliminate them for personal ignorance? Yeah, I mean, we discussed them, but I don't have a ton of experience with them, so, yeah, so I just don't have a lot to say about them. Okay, you don't have to get all tribalism in the comments, guys. It's just an ECU. Relax. Okay. All right, guys. Chill out. It's just an ECU. I will fully admit that I'm ignorant. But I would say you should check out the Max ECU. Okay, guys, chill out. Hey, Calvin, have you ever looked into the GM L3B engine over square? 2.7 liter, buddy. What is your... Okay, guys, chill out. Settle down. Is that the 60-degree V6? Oh, inline 4 turbo. I have not. I am not familiar with that one. I wonder if this is for like an idle valve. I'm offended. What did I miss? Well, apparently people are mad at me for not having tried a Fuel Tech ECU. Had a nice surprise yesterday. I bought $50 in okay, nice. I use it in the Silverado. Makes 325 horsepower and 430 torque. Is that a diesel? Okay. Wait Wait, this isn't an LS swap? Man, I'm out of here. Viper i5 in the works. All right. Be nice. uh, okay, guys. All right. Making me get up from my chair. Ugh. Ugh, I've been sitting for a while. Wow, leg cramp. Come on. There you go. Okay. All right. This is one of the best streams of auto content I have ever seen. Specifically day one, could you outline the camera switch software and computer that you're using to stream? I'm just using it's a, I forget what brand laptop. It's just a regular laptop. It's a Ustream video switcher, and I just have a bunch of cameras hooked into it via HDMI, and I'm using my DSLR for this camera right here, and then I bought two smaller cameras for the other two. Yeah, pretty simple. No, it's gas, not diesel. Okay, I must have completely missed that one. What's the one rep max for your cherry picker over there? One rep max. Yeah. No, I'm not doing that. I am fat and out of shape, and I don't need to prove it. All right. I like my L3B and my 23 Canyon. I can definitely say some have suggested it will be a swap candidate down the road. Is it direct injected? Okay. Right. Okay. All right. Seems like, yeah. Looks great. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. I'm happy with how it's coming out. Yes, it's DI. Okay. Okay. Now we're talking about Bitcoin. Well, all right. Guys, got any questions for Dad? Got 45 years of hot rodding. I need to go help him, actually. We're going to, he's dropping the engine into his Studebaker at the moment. Getting it? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay. You got the right mounts on it? B. Couple washers on the top. Okay. All right. What did I miss? What did I miss? Personally, I'm an Aces EFI guy. I've seen some of their stuff out there, and I've heard of some people having a few issues with them, but I don't know a whole lot about them. Oh, you're just kidding. Okay. Can't wait to see this build. Thanks. I am excited about it as well. It's really coming out cool. Makes 20 psi, 27 psi stock. Sounds like it could be a good swap when the prices become lower. Yeah. Ops the legend. Calvin, appreciate you doing all this live streaming. I know it's got to be a lot of extra hassle to set everything up, slows down the process probably, but all your fans appreciate it. Well, thanks. And it definitely took quite a bit of work to set up, but I do enjoy hanging out with you guys. And for a project like this, where I feel like I can get it done in a week, it doesn't slow me down a ton. It definitely slows me down a little, but I think it's worth it to be able to give back a little bit. So glad that you enjoy it. Does primary size or exhaust tubing size dictate any significant change in torque? I know bigger is better for horsepower, but does smaller help with torque via reversion? Definitely. Yes, it does. My dad could probably speak on that a little more in depth, but he is busy at the moment. I thought that he was about to free up, so I apologize for that. We can circle back to that when he frees up. It's supposed to replace all V6 engines like the LV3 4.3 liter and the LGX V6 for trucks. Okay. I'll have to look into it. Seems like it could be cool. For only $4.99, you can have an option or opinion on Aces EFI as well. Yeah, I could. That is, I would have to have a vehicle that could use one, but yes. Any opinions on OM606 turbo diesel? I have a mechanical injection swapped one I built, and I am currently in the process of putting it into a Jeep Comanche. I've heard they're very good engines, and yeah, maybe we'll mess with one someday. I've done a few searches here and there on them, just to kind of feel out what the market's like on them. They seem to be a little pricey, but yeah, maybe someday. I think they're a higher RPM diesel, which is kind of cool. I think they go to like 5,000 RPM, I believe. That has been my one, as I've talked about a couple times in this stream, I like RPM. So diesels do not RPM, and that is one of the things that is kind of a turnoff. But that's a higher revving one if I'm got my facts right. I have always wanted to build one of these motors. Well, hopefully you can live vicariously through us. Calvin, you're looking tired, bud. I'm doing all right. Thanks for the stream, though. It made my day go by a lot quicker. And thanks for the t-shirt again. How will you be shipping it? It will probably be... I have like a t-shirt handling service, so they'll be shipping it. I'm not sure which carrier they normally use. I think they normally use UPS, so yeah, just I'll email you back and get you all set up. I've always had nothing but love and respect for the Swedes racing the I-5s, Volvo rally cars in the early 80s, living vicariously through you. Thanks. You're welcome. And thanks for tuning in. 6 to 7,000 RPM, 600 horsepower on stock internals. Now that sounds like fun. You're making me think. You're making me think. Hey Calvin, what's your opinion on pineapple on pizza? Can't wait to hear the 5-cylinder. So, if you were here yesterday, we actually talked about that. It's very pertinent in these trying times. Pineapple on pizza. That's the real question everybody should be asking. I don't like pineapple on pizza. It doesn't belong on pizza. But my mom likes it, so, you know. I mean, I'll eat it, but, you know, it's pizza. Like, you know. But, GM 3800 U6 is a 60-degree even fire. Is it? I thought they were 90 degree. I thought the GM 3800 was a 90-degree V6. Am I crazy? I thought they were, yeah. Sounds good. The OM606 red lines 5300. The BMW diesel inline 6s red line high as well. Okay. Cool. With springs, pump mods, OM606 can go 6 to 7,000. Yeah, that sounds. I like that. I like the sound of that. I will have to look them up. I would love to hear what they sound like. 5300 is bone stock. They'll rev higher with just stiffer valve springs and a built injection pump. Hawaiian pizza isn't bad. Pineapple and ham, yeah, meh. I'm not a big ham guy either. I just don't like ham. Pineapple and jalapeno. Now I haven't tried that. Yeah, I thought it was 90 degrees. Curious if you have experimented with injection timing. Stock LS spray. Sprays very early. I've been tweaking mine later and later. Seems to help bottom end drivability with high overlap cam. Yes, I have. And it can make a huge difference to throttle response. I haven't seen it make a ton of difference to horsepower though. Yeah, I think Dad just said we picked up 9 horsepower when we played with injection timing. And I even went to the length of, we were running 1500cc injectors on a engine that was naturally aspirated and only made 457 wheel horsepower. So I think it was only using like 42% of the injector. And then we played with injection timing with that because I was curious to see, like, if you get all of the injection centered around where the intake valve is open, would you see an advantage? Kind of like direct injection. And we didn't see anything. It was nothing on that one. We did see it on another combo where we had 80-pound injectors on a naturally aspirated 6.0. So we did see some minor gains there, but yeah. Somebody had a question about primary diameter and torque and whether it affects the amount of torque that you produce. Hang on, let me. Can they hear you speak? Nope. All right. Okay, here we go.
Check, check, check.
All right. So, does primary size or exhaust tubing size dictate any significant changes in torque? I know bigger is better for horsepower, but does smaller help with torque via reversion?
I don't know if it's by reversion, but if you have too big of a header, you can definitely feel it. You step on the gas pedal and it feels like a sponge. As far as horsepower, you want to size your horsepower for the right flow volume. Whether you got a 302 or a 454, if it makes a certain amount of horsepower, it's flowing a certain amount of gas. An engine is nothing more than a mechanical device that converts chemical energy to mechanical energy. And the more chemical you get in, the more mechanical you get out. If you're not getting any mechanical out, you're not getting chemical in. So, that said, your diameter will be basically the same, although on a bigger engine you can upsize it to the top side of the range. And the torque is a big killer. A friend of mine had a 440 60 over, and he put way too big a header on it for the size cam that he had, and it was an absolute turd. Changed to a smaller header, and the thing just lit the tire forever. So that balance on the bottom end is very important, and that's why you only want to go up to the size that you need for the horsepower that you want and not go bigger, because you give up too much on the bottom side. You know, the 502 has 2 1/8 headers. We've got 2-inch on the one, well, on the one small block. You know, it's going to be a 700 horsepower range. When you are dealing with something in the 400 range, you're looking at an 1 5/8 header. 1.5 is probably good for about 500. 1 7/16 is good for about 630. And then 2-inch, you're in the 700 range. 2 1/8 inch, you're up to the 800 range. You put that big a tube onto something that isn't going to spin enough to put enough mass flow through it, you get to the bottom end, it's going to feel like a big old laggy turbo. So those are just relative numbers. One of the main things you got to focus on is the secondary side. The primaries are easy to size. They're just basic flow numbers. On the secondary side, you really want to spend a lot of time in the collector. We've seen as much as 25 horsepower improvements in the collector, and then you don't want to go too big in the diameter. An 1 5/8 header should really only have a 2 1/2 inch collector. But most everything commercially made has got a 3-inch collector, and you lose a lot of the scavenging effect on that. Long and short tube headers makes a huge difference, and I'm trying to answer the question as general as possible.
Yep.
All right, so I just saw something with header sizes.
Well,
Okay.
let's answer this one first. If you took some type of injector and placed it in the throttle body and used ethanol, methanol, or some other substance, do you think it would help reduce carbon buildup on direct injection engines?
Yes.
If so, why don't people use this more often? So the thing that you have to be careful about with that is most EFI, like LS or LT intake manifolds are not meant to flow fuel through them.
Yep.
So they, a lot of the times, fuel will just go back to the rear cylinders. We've done this, in fact. We sprayed methanol into the throttle body on the Sunbird when it had the LS, and
Into the turbo.
no, we did it
Oh
post
yeah, we
turbo.
did it there too. Yeah.
And we burnt up some pistons because we were getting uneven fuel distribution Yeah, so that's something you got to be careful of. I mean, if you're spraying a little, probably be all right. But if you're spraying a lot, like we did, yeah, the stock EFI manifolds are not meant to have fuel flowing through them. It can't make the tight turns that the air can, and the fuel will fall out of suspension or do
Go
dumb
the
stuff.
wrong place. Yep.
Yeah. So.
Have a 2.5 and 3-inch exhaust for about 500. Yeah, that'll work. Absolutely will work. Would you suggest? Well, it depends. 500 horsepower. I would want an 1.75 inches. So it depends upon what you're doing with that. If the 500 horsepower is something you use only once in a great while, you may want to go with the 1 5/8. If you're going racing every week, I would go with the 1 7/8. But if I was going to buy headers for 500 horsepower, I would buy 1 3/4.
A question, sir. What will control the secondary air injection? It probably will be the ECU. I'll probably trigger it with either a digital output from the ECU or something of that sort. Haven't fully thought that through quite yet, but we'll get there. Does Dad know Ardema in San Diego?
Never even heard of it.
Okay.
Is that an it or a person?
I believe it's a person. He asked earlier if I knew who it was, and I can't remember.
I don't even recognize that name.
Yeah. Travis, some OEMs do that on DI engines. I know Coyotes actually do port and direct injection, and it may have something to do with that. Thank you for the reality check. I'm around 34 degrees later than the stock now, and it drives much better. Yeah, you're talking about the injection timing. Yep. It definitely makes a big difference to throttle response, that's for sure. They put port injectors only used to help with carbon. Yep. Okay. It is also used in the LT and other DI engines in high horsepower applications. Yeah, the LT4, I believe, has port and direct injection. I have yeah, you already answered that one. Engine looks sick, thank you. As individual port injectors or as single injector? I think it's individual port. Couple manufacturers do that. 102-pound Chitastic pull dat like please. I'm not sure what you're saying. Great to see you again. Hard at work. All right. See you later, Ralph. Would water injection benefit with potassium permanganate added to the mix? I don't know what that is. Travis, individual injector. Yeah, okay.
I don't know, Mr. Braun.
Where are you seeing that?
Right in the middle. Download syndrome.
Your dad would know Ardema Braun, the famed Bonneville engine builders.
I'll have to look. I probably knows his work as opposed to who he is.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Keep it up. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Pineapple bacon. Okay, how's your engine conversion going? I'd say it's going decent. We're a little behind in some areas. I still gotta finish up the intake manifold and some of the you know, we still got to finish the throttle body placement and all that kind of stuff. We still got to finish the exhaust manifold up, but hopefully I can get a little bit of time on that these next couple days. But we're making good progress, I think.
No interested in the potassium. You know, if we can't pump it out of a pump, it's not street. We like to drag and drive our junk, so not to poo-poo any ideas. If somebody's looking for a opportunity to make some power and it's easy and they can do it, go for it. No negative comment there. But as for ourselves, we're looking for the gas stations with higher ethanol content in their fuel. Less than 15 minutes in, stuff broke. Gotta work on it.
Yep. See you later, Pullman.
Yep.
Did you hook up the secondary air injection ports for anti-lag, or were you planning to? Yes, we are planning to do that at some point. It will not be the initial, setup, because that will require a little bit of figuring, but at some point we will. Excellent. Enjoy your week in the shed.
Yeah. So yeah, solid rocket booster.
All right. It sounds like it could get a little spicy.
Yeah. Oh, cool story. The place that did a number of the old turbonetic jet propulsion installations, like Pegasus and that, they were done about 20 miles from here.
You can put a Jayco on a Metro if you want to go that fast. I assume that's a type of rocket booster, a Jayco. Jado. Okay, yeah, Jado. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of a Jado. A Jayco, I've not heard of that one.
I'm glad Cletus rethought the mullet.
Yeah.
The mullet's transformation.
Yeah, because originally mullet was going to be a jet car. That would have been scary. That whole thing, I was just like, yeah. When he introduced that project, it was cool that he went through the facility where they had like a bunch of them taken apart and we could see all the internals of how those things work. What wasn't cool was the idea of launching a car on a gas engine where the suspension is moving all over the place and then firing up a rocket booster partway down the track. Like that, I don't think that would have gone very well.
Just stand up and run nitro.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for sponsors all the time.
Yeah. Realistic to use rubber pellets and nitrous on a rail at Bonneville. Okay. Jet assisted takeoff. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's what JADO stands for. I gotcha. Huh.
That dude buried himself in a
Secrets box lodged in a mouth. Okay. Fair enough. All right. Well, if you guys don't have any more questions, I think this might be a good stopping point. If you guys want to support the channel, make sure that you go to the pinned link in the comments and go buy a t-shirt. It helps the channel quite a bit, and I appreciate everybody for all the support. It's been fun. I hope that it wasn't too boring doing the wiring harness. I hope some of you got some use out of it. Yep.
That would be a heck of a sight. Seeing a B-52 launch off of a aircraft carrier.
Yeah. Wow.
That would be odd.
Yeah.
because those things can fly around the world with refueling.
Huh. That's wild. Uh, all right.
Warm out.
Yep. I wore 'em out. All right, guys. We will see you tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be a little further along on the wiring harness, and hopefully, we are getting close to dropping the engine into the car. Hopefully, the Atlas Industries oil pan shows up. We can pre-lube the engine. I can show you guys how we do all that stuff.
Buy a cleaver. Will you guys buy a cleaver? I don't know. I would be very curious as to, first I'd have to know what cubic inch it is. You know, guys used to put the Cleveland heads onto a Windsor back when I was a kid. That was very popular. I prefer aluminum heads if it's some kind of aftermarket aluminum head. Thanks for the donation, Cam. If it was an aluminum headed Windsor, I'd be more happy with that than a cleaver, because all the Cleveland heads were steel, cast iron. Wouldn't want to carry the weight. It was neat to see all of that happen live back many decades ago. But I think the aftermarket head support for the small block Ford at this point is so refined that it would make more sense to buy a modern head more than the Cleveland head. So, long answer, short, it depends. If it was cheap, I'd be interested. If it's not cheap, I wouldn't.
Yep.
Uh,
All right, we got one last question. Will you be running water meth injection? No.
No.
This thing has a massive intercooler, and I don't
thought
think
that was a refrigerator.
yeah, I
That
don't
thing
think
spits ice cubes out.
yeah, I don't think we need a whole lot of help there. So, all right, guys. Once again, thanks to Cam68Man for the $5 donation. I appreciate the support.
Yep.
So, all right, guys, we are going to end this off here. Thanks for tuning in.